No hay problema.
Si te quieres bajar y
No. Está, pero lo.
y esto, con el verde puedes señalar, pero solo una de las pantallas. Y luego con el botón.
Con este voy pasando, ¿verdad? Con este señalo. Vale. Y con este. Está el tema que nos va a dar.
¿Sí? Muy buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning everyone. Good morning authorities, participants, observers, and everybody present. In a few minutes, we'll start the opening ceremony of the seminar. We kindly ask you to take your seats and keep your mobile devices off or in silent mode, please. Let's give you a few minutes for you to take your seats, please. Please make sure you take your seats. We kindly ask all participants to take your seats. In a few minutes, we'll start our seminar.
Aún esperamos entrar.
We're still waiting for a few people. We'll start shortly.
Ahora sí, muy buenos días a todos.
Again, good morning, everyone. Good morning to all authorities, participants, observers, and everybody present. Welcome to the International Pre-COSALFA Seminar, Approaching Regional Eradication, Half a Century of Advancements. As you know, the seminar is held previously to the 50th Ordinary Meeting of the South American Commission for the Fight to FMD, remembering the historic seminar of the control and eradication programs of FMD in 1971, which gave birth to COSALFA. The meeting is promoted by the Pan American Center of FMD and Veterinary Public Health of the Pan American Health Organization in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of Brazil. The topics will be discussed by recognized specialists in international institutions and for delegates of the veterinary services. Of the 13 members of COSALFA, the seminar will be held in 5 thematic sessions. The first of them will be the update of the situation of FMD in the world and in the regions of the Americas in the Action Plan 2021-2025 of the Hemispheric Program to eradicate FMD. The 4 following sessions will analyze present and future challenges to maintain and advance to 3 areas without vaccination. All the sessions will follow a debate between the conferences and a discussion to get to know different perspectives of the main stakeholders. The conclusions of the seminar will be presented in the 50th meeting of COSALFA in the 25th and 26th of April. Now we invite all authorities to be part of the panel of this seminar. First, the Director of the Health Department, Animal Health Department of the Ministry of Agriculture of Brazil, Marcelo de Andrade Mota. Now we invite Mr. Paulo Henrique Moraes, representing the Agriculture, Livestock, Fishing, and Supply Secretary of the State of Rio de Janeiro. Finally, we invite to this panel the Director of the Pan American Center of FMD and Veterinary Public Health of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Otorino Cosivi. We invite the Director of PANAFTOSA, Otorino Cosivi, to start the conference. This seminar is designed around the first seminar that gave birth to COSALFA in 1971.
L'obiettivo è di aprire un spazio.
We have a technical space shared with the industry to discuss and exchange experiences about the action plans and programs to control and eradicate this disease. This is almost a unique opportunity in the scientific community, where we have this space to exchange experiences with the industry and have this relationship with these brave words and praising this space of building together in this history that we're building together. We're expressing our congratulations for the 50th anniversary. This is a very important component in the regional fight. We know that we need to coordinate ourselves and share a common view to reach a common goal. We know that everything has its time. Technically, we do have a route and we'll follow this route. So again, congratulations to everyone. I wish you all a great seminar. Thank you very much again to the ministry and the secretary and to everybody present to this meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Cosivi. As Dr. Cosivi was saying, we are completing our 50th meeting. COSALFA is older than that, but we have half a century of progress. Now we'll listen from Mr. Paulo Henrique Moraes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my colleagues at the table. On behalf of the Governor of Rio, on behalf of our Secretary of State, Flávio Ferreira, I would like to welcome you all and talk about our enormous satisfaction of holding this 50th meeting of COSALFA, and to say that I see many known faces from Brazil, from the defense services, and our technicians from Rio de Janeiro. We have worked together. We have some papers from our colleagues from other states. I would like to welcome our foreign participants, and we hope this is going to be a fruitful discussion, meaningful ones, with the advance that we are having in each one of our countries. Thank you for coming. Have a good stay in Rio de Janeiro. We are a very cordial state, and I hope you have an excellent and fruitful event.
Applause to Mr. Paulo Henrique Moraes. Rio de Janeiro is giving your our welcome as a welcoming country. Now, the director of the health, animal health department of the Ministry of Agriculture.
Good morning, everyone. I would like, first of all, to give you welcome from the Ministry of Agriculture and Pecuary in Brazil. It's a pleasure to receive you all in this event. COSALFA is celebrating its 50th anniversary, and I'm able to meet with many people who have been working in a strategical way through a common mission. This disease that is a major challenge for us. We have a good scenario. It's welcome to the city of Rio. I'm very pleased that this event is being held in Rio. It's the 50th session of this international seminar that's going to talk about strategical issues, and especially this session is going to talk about the history of each of our countries in this hemisphere, in our pathway of how we have been facing foot and mouth disease. So it's a pleasure to share this moment together, and it gives us an opportunity to look at the future, how we are going to face this challenge in the veterinary services in our region. And it's a beautiful story. 50 years ago in Rio at Hotel Gloria, we started with a big seed that has germinated, formatting this work. The seed was planted then, and now we can see the results that are reflected in a possibility of a bigger social and economic development and a sustainable one. And that's very gratifying for us. Foot and mouth disease is not only an infectious disease, it's also a threat to food safety in our country, where livestock is very important economically speaking for our countries, mainly in Brazil. So foot and mouth disease is a threat to livestock. So we must support these activities, and we have to support it in the academic world, the scientific one, and the political one, and the history of the creation of the people who helped develop this new pathway and were key to organize COSALFA. I would like to pay homage to Dr. Mário Vasco Fernandes and Dr. Ubiratã Ferrão, who contributed to the creation of this process. They were visionaries, and they helped create this process. They were leaders and managers of this process. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Cosivi and all his predecessors, because all of them played an important role in developing this activity, and then we can go on with our mission. And last but not least, we are all very happy. It's a celebration. We are all to be congratulated after those 50 years of activity, of hard work, of cooperation, and exchange of information. We are very pleased with the structure of our veterinary service. I talk also about the private sector. This is a historical moment for us. In Brazil, we've been evolving in the combat of foot and mouth disease, and I know that in your countries also this has been happening. We have to strengthen our pathway so that we can discuss and advance and go forward against this disease. And just to wrap up, I would like to comment that I am now the leader of this Department of Animal Health, and I am very open to exchanging opinions and information with you so that we can insert new techniques. Welcome to Rio, COSALFA. We are all very pleased. On behalf of my country, the host country, feel welcome and have a fruitful seminar. Thank you.
Director of Health, Animal Health, Marcelo de Andrade Mota, Panaftosa, is working together with the government of Brazil and the countries that are part of COSALFA. Thank you very much to the present authorities. We also inform you that This seminar is being transmitted on our YouTube channel in Spanish, English, and also in Portuguese. For to everybody watching us, our warm welcome as well. At the end of the session, we'll have a form to answer the questions. You can access on it from the QR code in the agenda of the seminar. Now we also have, now we'll start our next session with Manuel Sanchez Masquez, responsible for the epidemiology area of Panaftosa. He will moderate the next panel, FMD, worldwide situation and the Americas. All the presentations will be available on the website of Panaftosa. During the breaks, you will also be able to visit our totems in the hall before this room, where you will have our posters exposed. Thank you very much to the institutions, authorities, and everybody present to this seminar. Thank you very much and welcome.
Bueno, buenos días a todas y todos. Bienvenidos a este seminario. Bienvenidos a Río, que aunque originalmente no soy de aquí, pero es como si estuvierais en mi casa. Bueno, estamos aquí en un contexto en el que sabemos que las Américas ha avanzado muy bien en la erradicación de la fiebre aftosa. Y nuestros ojos, nuestra mirada está puesta particularmente en Venezuela, que es el único territorio que queda sin tener reconocimiento de libre en la región. Pero al mismo tiempo tenemos que ser conscientes de lo que pasa a nivel global, de dónde pueden venir otros riesgos. Y aunque las Américas no tenemos continuidad terrestre con otros continentes, nos hemos beneficiado probablemente de eso en el pasado, ¿no? Porque no hemos tenido otras introducciones recientes de fuera de la región, pero sí que tenemos ejemplos, por ejemplo, el de peste porcina africana, que se introdujo en el Caribe, en República Dominicana. Entonces, sabemos que pueden llegar también virus, patógenos, que están en otras regiones. Y, por tanto, tenemos que entender lo que pasa a nivel global. Y, de hecho, hay cambios de situación, hay serotipos, linajes que históricamente estaban recluidos en determinadas zonas y regiones a nivel global, pero que se han movido, se han desplazado y ahora aparecen en sitios donde antes no los encontrábamos. Al mismo tiempo, aunque hemos avanzado, todavía nos quedan asignaturas pendientes de acuerdo con el Programa Hemisférico de Erradicación de Fiebre Aftosa, que se acuerda entre todos los países.
We started in 1988, and we have our third action plan, 21 to 25. We have 2 years to conclude this action plan, and what is outstanding is to eliminate the risk in the region and advance in the territories that don't have a completion of the vaccination, and keep the good work of the territories that are recognized as free. In this first session, we'll talk about these topics. We'll talk about the global context from the perspective of FMD, changes and risks, and at regional level, we'll focus particularly on the FEFA, the hemispheric program, for the Action Plan 21-25, what the situation in the region is, and you will also have the opportunity to ask questions. The questions will be made through the Slido platform. Here we have a presentation, a very short presentation to explain how you can access it. You can access the web page with this link that you see on the screen. You also have the agenda where you have this information. You can download the app, and also you can scan the QR code and you will access the platform directly. Very simple here. You just write the question and submit it. Here you can see the questions that have already been recorded, that have been made by other colleagues, and you can vote with the icon, and you don't have to repeat the question. Sometimes you want to ask a question and the question has been made already, so take a look at the questions that have been made and you can vote on the questions. We will have a very short or limited time for the answers, for the questions and answers, so we'll vote the most interesting questions. I think we have gotten the picture of the access. We have open internet access. You see that there is an option for conferences. You will automatically be connected without a password. The first presentation will be by Dr. David Patton. He's a virologist that developed his career in the mainly in the Pirbright Institute, and in 2021 was especially focused on FMD, not only for the UK and Europe, but at global level, sharing his activities with the support to the Institute and the collaboration of the EU FMD. And he is a historic member of the FMD of the OMSA. So I will give the floor to David that will present the worldwide situation of foot and mouth disease. His presentation is in English. If you need interpretation, please make sure you have your devices so you can follow this presentation. David, the floor is yours.
Can I bring it up? Okay. Bom dia, good morning everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction, Manuel. Thank you very much for the organizing committee to invite me to come back to Brazil and to visit for my first time the beautiful city of Rio. So I've been asked to talk about the global situation of foot and mouth disease. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues at the World Reference Laboratory at the Pirbright Institute, who are led by Don King, and also acknowledge my strong links with FAO and WOA over many years, and particularly, as Manuel has mentioned, with the EUFMD. At the top of the picture there, in the middle you can see our high containment laboratory at Pirbright, where we work on transboundary animal diseases, including foot and mouth disease. So I'd like to start then with this map, which you're probably all familiar with, which is the WOA status map for foot and mouth disease, and shows the division of the world into the free countries and zones, which is about a third of them, and to the ones in grey that are not free. And of course, as you know, we have two different statuses recognized by WOA for FMD freedom. They are the free with vaccination and the free without vaccination. The free without vaccination are the ones in the lighter color shading here. They are mainly in South America, but you will see there's also a long horizontal region of free with vaccination zones that separates the FMD endemic parts of Asia from the regions in the north along the borders and boundaries of Kazakhstan and Russia. In addition to free status, WOA also nowadays has an endorsement of countries' FMD control programs, and that endorsement comes when they have reached the stage of control that they are able to largely prevent the circulation of foot-and-mouth disease in their countries. And there is a list there of the countries that have an endorsed WOA control program, and they include some very significant ones, such as India, which has been the source of many global FMD pandemics in the past and has one of the largest cattle populations in the world. Okay, if we then superimpose on that, where is the virus in the endemic countries? We have, as you know, this system that we have divided the world up into so-called pools, which are more or less separated epidemiological niches in which particular serotypes and strains of foot-and-mouth disease circulate. We know that we have not seen serotype C since 2004, so we believe that it may be extinct in nature, and we hope that it will stay that way. Of the other 6 serotypes, we know that serotype O is by far the most important and the most prevalent, and accounts for between 2/3 and 3/4 of all reported outbreaks. As for the other serotypes and strains, their distribution is variable around the world, and it reflects a number of different factors, which we will talk about some more. But basically, for the separation into the world into free and not free zones, we see the critical determinant is perhaps economic prosperity, incentives for trade, and above all, for transboundary animal diseases, it is related to the ability to control animal movements. Okay, there is a little bit of a change in status in the last year or so. So one of the things that WOA requires is that countries that have a free status must reconfirm this status on an annual basis by giving documentary evidence of the favorable situation that is maintained in their country. We have seen a temporary suspension of Guyana for failure to submit this reconfirmation on time, but this has now been reinstated. We have also seen quite significantly, I think, the withdrawal of WOA endorsement of the official control program for FMD in China, and this is related mainly to persistent problems of non-compliance with the code definition of cases and outbreaks. So essentially, China is somewhat underreporting the situation of FMD because they label surveillance findings as surveillance incidents rather than cases and outbreaks of foot-and-mouth disease. So, of course, I don't need to tell people here about the importance of regional cooperation to control transboundary animal diseases like FMD, and there is in this region a very long and strong cooperation between the countries. This is also the case in some other parts of the world, in Europe, for instance, with the European Commission for the Control of FMD, and in South Asia and Southeast Asia, there has been many years a strong program of collaboration between Southeast Asian countries and more recently with China. But in an effort to try to improve regional cooperation amongst the countries where FMD is endemic in the rest of the world, the GFTADS has been promoting a regional FMD roadmap approach where meetings are encouraged between the members of those regions, and the groupings are more or less aligned to the FMD virus pool to make them relevant for the epidemiological control. So these different regional roadmaps are highlighted in this map, and I think this is an important step in the right direction, but it's fair to say it's a work in progress, and the extent of regional cooperation is still quite limited in many of these countries. So going on then to talk a little bit about the subject of global foot-and-mouth disease control and eradication, I just want to introduce the progressive control pathway for foot-and-mouth disease, which has been launched under the GFTADS umbrella by FAO and WOA and has now been running for about 12 years. So this has a set of principles, stage descriptions and standards which encourages and guides countries along a pathway towards FMD control, starting more with surveillance, moving on to a targeted control of disease, and hopefully progressing to control of virus circulation. So if we look at the situation in the endemic regions of Africa and parts of Asia, we can see that we have a mosaic of achievement of stage status, and there are still, however, many countries that are at the beginning or at the early stages of the pathway in stages 0, 1, and 2. And there are a relatively small number of countries that have progressed to stage 3 and beyond. If we look at this a bit more in terms of comparing progress, we have two maps here. The one at the top left shows the situation in 2012 at the start of the PCP process. You can see here also the WOA official free status. The countries there with the status are colored in blue, dark blue for free without vaccination, light blue for free with vaccination. And the PCP status is given in the usual colors, going from red to orange to yellow to green as they progress along the pathway. So if we compare the maps from 2012 to 2023, we can see some significant improvements. There are, of course, significant improvements in this part of the world. There is also the very important development of control in India and China, which are two of the biggest livestock producers and two of the most important historical primary endemic foci for evolution of new emerging strains of foot-and-mouth disease. So certainly we can see progress. However, if we can see also that there are setbacks. For example, we can see in the bottom map that foot-and-mouth disease has spread from Southeast Asia into Indonesia, which had been free for 40 years. And I think we can say that it is still the case that almost every year there is at least 1 or 2 countries that are losing their status due to the emergence of foot-and-mouth disease. A particular problem, I would say, for endemic countries in Africa that are trying to move up the PCP pathway is to move from stage 2 to stage 3. The initial progress is quite readily achieved by introducing surveillance measures and targeted control measures to reduce disease. But these countries struggle when it comes to actually controlling virus circulation. And this is because they are not able to control animal movements and they do not have access to affordable quality vaccines. EUFMD has recognized the problem of access to quality vaccines for developing countries, and it has launched an initiative for vaccine pre-qualification. So I just say a few words about how this works. The concept is that for these countries, they are mostly not producing their own vaccine. They use a tender process to acquire vaccine from other places, and they struggle to distinguish between good and poor quality vaccines. There are technical difficulties for them to understand the information that they receive from manufacturers. There may be difficulties with the certification process for the vaccines and for the selection process. So the idea, in essence, is a fairly simple one, that you would set up a group of expertise that can do a sort of tender process for these countries and can evaluate vaccines in advance and make a list of the ones that would meet a certain standard. And the standard that has been selected is the minimum standard of the WOA manual. So that is the idea. I think it is a good one. It is, again, a work in progress. There are so far 3 manufacturers that are listed as pre-qualified for supplying foot-and-mouth disease vaccine. Okay, so if we turn to the circulation of the foot-and-mouth disease viruses in different parts of the world, monitoring this is a job that falls upon the FMD laboratory network. So we have these FMD reference laboratories in different parts of the world. They are there to assist the member countries around them with technical expertise, but they also have a mandate to collect information about viruses circulating in the world, to look out for changes in the epidemiological situation, the emergence of new viruses, and the requirements for new vaccines. I think now we have a fairly good coverage of reference laboratories around the world. This is a very active group. They meet regularly and have a very strong dialogue. But there are still some quite significant gaps, I would say, in our global surveillance, and we will come to those as I go through the talk. So there are quite a number of events that I could bring to your attention, but for limited time I have tried to pick some headline of some of the most significant global events in the last few years, where we have seen a change in the epidemiological situation, usually connected to increasing prevalence of particular strains and emergence from their normal pools and spread to other parts of the world. So one area that I can highlight is North Africa. So this is an area that historically, although not officially free from FMD, has largely not been troubled by a great deal of FMD, being protected from its southern neighbors and threats by the Sahara Desert. However, in the last 10 years, we have seen repeated incursions of foot-and-mouth disease across the Sahara into North Africa, and the latest of these have been outbreaks due to O East Africa 3 and SAT2 top type 5. In the Eastern Mediterranean, we continue to have problems with a virus that initially came from Pool 2, from the Indian subcontinent. This is OPAN Asia 2. And this, although it is no longer present in Pool 2, has become established in the Mediterranean and causes continued problems there. Another very important virus that has been very prevalent in Asia in recent years is this O Middle East, South Asia, India 2001 lineage. This also emerged in the Indian subcontinent. It has spread to the west and to the east. It has become the predominant strain in Southeast Asia, and from there it has spread south into Indonesia. It has spread through China and to the east to Korea, and to the west to Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and Russia. Perhaps a comment here on the challenge that faces China, because it has a very strong investment in foot-and-mouth disease control, and it has a very strong surveillance capabilities. It is using vaccination on a very large scale, but it has great difficulty in securing its boundaries to the south with Southeast Asia because of the enormous attractiveness of the cost advantage of moving animals into China. And it has been estimated that in the past years there have been more than 1 million animals a year have been smuggled from Southeast Asia into China. So this makes it very difficult for them to achieve final eradication, and is another prime example of where your neighbors are all important. A new virus that has emerged in recent years in Pool 2 from the Indian subcontinent is this O Middle East South Asia 2018 strain. So this seems to be replacing other viruses in Pool 2 and is now also starting to emerge and spread to other regions. So that's something to watch and to be aware of. And then another major headline event in the last 2 years has been the emergence of SAT2 topotype 14 into the Middle East. This has followed a pattern that has been common over many years, where the Middle East, which is not self-sufficient in livestock, imports animals from the Horn of Africa and from Asia and regularly brings in new viruses. The SAT2 outbreak has been particularly extensive and has caused particular problems because of a lack of available vaccines to deal with this serotype, which is not normally found in the region. Finally, just to complete the picture, we have the situation in South Africa, where there has been a loss of status due to SAT2 and also unusually SAT3 infections of domestic animals. And we also see a worsening situation in parts of southern Africa, such as Zambia, with the movement of serotype O viruses from pool 4. Perhaps the most surprising event of recent years has been the arrival of viruses from South America in Egypt, and I will say a bit more about that in a moment. So this slide really just shows the movement of SAT2 topotype 14 from the Horn of Africa into the Middle East, and the route we think it has taken is through Oman and the Gulf of Arabia, and it has spread fairly extensively in Iraq, Jordan, and even into Turkey. As I mentioned, there's been quite serious problems due to a lack of suitable vaccine. There is a phylogenetic tree at the bottom here, which I won't go into in detail, but I wanted to show it just to emphasize that these days we are also increasingly using full genome sequencing, which is able to discriminate quite powerfully between closely related viruses. And really, it shows up two insights. One is that there are big gaps in our surveillance for where this virus has come from, because the ones that we can find in East Africa are quite a long way distant from the ones that are turning up in the Middle East. And secondly, we can see from this that there have been at least 2 separate introductions of the virus into the region. The other SAT2 incursion into North Africa has been in Algeria in recent months. And again, we see the same picture where the viruses that are recovered from Algeria are quite far distant from any viruses that we find in West Africa. And in fact, these viruses are coming, the last time we saw any viruses of this type are in 1991. So again, we see there are big gaps in the surveillance and the information we have about these circulating viruses. So just to come back to this story of a virus moving from South America to Egypt, which I think will be of interest to members of this audience. So there were a couple of papers came from Egyptian scientists in 2022 and 2023, and they described phylogenies, which showed that some of the viruses that they had recovered from their animals, which are endemically infected with foot-and-mouth disease, were related, I should say, or most closely related to viruses from South America. And if you look at this phylogenetic tree, these viruses from Egypt are most closely related to these viruses from Venezuela. But again, you can see there is a very big difference between them. So that we have a lot of virus circulation and replication going on in between these two groups of viruses that we haven't sampled. And the pattern for the serotype O viruses that were recovered from Egypt is very similar. Again, the closest viruses are from Colombia in 2016. So the question that arises, obviously, there are a number of questions that come here. How did the virus get from South America to Egypt, and why were the practices that allowed it to happen. Secondly, there's a question about where is all the circulation that we are not seeing? Did it take place in Egypt? So was the virus moved many years ago and has not been detected in Egypt? Or did it take place in Venezuela, perhaps, and we have long years of circulation in Venezuela without detection of virus? Certainly, it seems to me that there is a case to say that our knowledge of viruses circulating in Venezuela is not very up to date. So, obviously, a concern for people in the Middle East and in Europe is whether these viruses will persist and cause problems. And I would like to acknowledge the help that we have had from colleagues in Panaftosa to send us viruses to WRL to help us to see whether the vaccines that we use in Europe and Asia should be suitable for South American viruses. Okay, so just sort of drawing a conclusion on long-distance spread of foot-and-mouth disease. We continue, despite some progress in controlling foot-and-mouth disease globally, to see regular incursions into free country and long-distance movements of virus. This is related to strain prevalence, emergence at source, and of course we have to remember that the virus is always in a very dynamic situation in endemic countries. The prevalence of virus is not static, but it is waxing and waning. And of course, this is related to new transmission opportunities, which may arise due to, for instance, improvements in links, increasing globalization, and also, very importantly, destabilization. So this, of course, impacts and changes regional foot-and-mouth disease risks for free and endemic countries, and means that we have to keep our eye on vaccine selection. So if we then turn to think about the threats and risks of incursion of exotic strains, we have to think about whether we are ready and whether we are able to deal with these. We know that globalization is a major factor in assisting the movement of pathogens. We have seen not only long-distance spread of foot-and-mouth disease in recent years, but increasing problems with lumpy skin disease, with African swine fever, and with the spread of PPR around the world. So this is not a unique problem to foot-and-mouth disease. In terms of importing live animals, we maintain careful controls on not bringing them on the whole from infected countries, but animal products are a much bigger risk because of the possibilities of illegal movements, which are very difficult to control. So in terms of thinking whether we are ready, certainly in Europe, we think about this a lot, and we think about whether we have suitable vaccine supply and banks, whether we have the right tools to help us decide on whether to use vaccine and what other control measures to use. We are prepared for our diagnostic coverage, and of course we are also regularly training our veterinarians who have reduced knowledge of foot-and-mouth disease. This is a slide that just briefly shows the very large volumes of trade in livestock products that occur around the world from a paper published in 2021. We can see that, of course, Latin America is the biggest exporter of livestock products around the world, of beef in particular, but also poultry. We can also see, however, that there are some imports into Latin America, so I guess you are not without risk of incursion of exotic viruses. So in terms of thinking about vaccine banks and having the necessary vaccines to be able to meet the threat of exotic diseases, in Europe, EUFMD and Pirbright have collaborated to develop a new tool called Pragmatist, which helps to provide a logical framework for a semi-quantitative and more systematic method for selecting vaccines to keep in vaccine banks. and I just go through it quickly because it might be of some interest to you. So the idea is you first of all define your source risks. So in this particular example, we are talking about Europe, and we are looking at which regions of the world that have FMD are the biggest risks for providing viruses to us. And we can weight them and give them a score. And this is done by trade and risk experts. So it's a qualitative, semi-quantitative process. Then when we have decided on which sources are likely to be of concern to us, we can review the viruses that are circulating in those different parts of the world. And this is a task for the annual meeting of the reference laboratories, who could put their heads together and come up with, again, a ranking of which are the biggest virus risks. We can then look at the information that we have in the network on vaccine matching, based mainly on serological tests, especially testing done at the WRL. And we can finally come up with a selection of vaccines, which is made by the bank managers to give us the best possible coverage with the least number of vaccines. Of course, we have to bear in mind that antigenic match is only one of the factors that determine the suitability of vaccines, and having good quality and highly potent vaccines and the correct capability to actually vaccinate animals is as if not more important. So this is the work that I mentioned that the reference laboratories do to look at the relative prevalence of circulating FMD viral lineages in the different pools. So you have on the left-hand side, you have the lineages of viruses that occur in different parts of the world, and on the right-hand header, you've got the different regions. And then you can come up with a score which should add up to 100 in each column. So in terms of using serological data to predict whether vaccines will be protective or not, we know that serology is very helpful in this regard, that there is a good correlation in general between serological titers measured in tests such as the virus neutralization test and protection. And we know this from the very large number of homologous potency tests that we have done over many years to look at the quality of vaccines. So there is a good relationship. When it comes to cross-protection, we have much less information from challenge tests as to which vaccines will protect against which challenge strains. We have work that was done in a rather famous paper in 2008 in Germany, which is shown on the left, which looked for serotype A at cross-protection between vaccines against other strains of serotype A. And what that showed conclusively was that you can compensate for a poor match by having a very potent vaccine, and that you can use heterologous serology to predict protection in a potency test. So more recently, we have tried to extend this work by collecting data from all the cross-protection studies that we could find for which sera was still available, and we compared the serological antibodies induced by the vaccine with the degree of cross-protection that was found. And so we ended up with these 18 studies, and we looked at, on the y-axis, you have the protection that was found in the studies, and on the x-axis, you have the neutralizing antibody against the challenge virus. And what this shows is that there is indeed a good correlation between antibody titer and protection, at least at the group level, if not at the individual animal level. But there is also here a slightly troubling finding that for some viruses, the amount of antibody you need seems to be a lot higher than it is for others. So this again highlights a sort of gap in our knowledge, which I think is important, because it means that we may not be able to completely rely on serology. So these sort of studies have also been done in South America to look at the breadth of protection that can be given by the vaccine strains used in South America against diverse viruses from around the world. And this is also very encouraging. These vaccines for type O and type A are of very high potency and generally induce high levels of neutralizing antibody against a wide range of strains. Again, we have the slight caveat that we don't have many animal studies to confirm the universality of these findings. So just to finish then, and I think I'm just in time, I wanted to conclude with just bringing to your attention a paper that was produced by a number of colleagues at the European Commission for FMD Control and from the Reference Laboratory Network and others, looking at some challenges that arise from the Nagoya Protocol. And these are challenges for controlling foot and mouth disease. So many of you may be familiar with the Nagoya Protocol. It came out of COP10 and it came into force in 2014. And the idea is a very reasonable one, that countries who supply genetic resources, particularly developing countries, to richer countries and to commercial companies, they should get a fair recompense for their genetic resources if they are going to be exploited by others. And so it puts them in a sovereign position over these resources, and basically they have to agree the terms on which they are going to provide the resources and how they're going to be rewarded. And this applies also to pathogens such as foot and mouth disease and of course important medical pathogens, and it also applies to sequences of such pathogens. So whilst this is a very laudable aim and in the long term may well promote disease control, it does cause some short-term issues. And one of the main problems is that there is not actually very much precedent for how this is to be achieved, and there is not very much guidance on what sort of bilateral agreement is a fair and equitable one. And so this basically creates uncertainty and difficulty in the exchange and sharing of viruses and virus sequences. And we have seen for foot and mouth disease that there is, at the time of publication of this paper, not a single instance of where it has been possible to agree supply of a virus to a vaccine manufacturing company from a developing country. It also creates uncertainty in terms of the supply and sharing of viruses amongst reference laboratory, even though straight diagnostic characterization is supposed to be outside of the Nagoya Protocol. So I think the aim of this paper was to show that we need to raise awareness of these difficulties, and perhaps for the reference laboratories, we need a strengthened mandate from WOA and FAO to enable us to overcome the difficulties and challenges. So I think I should stop there. I'd like to just conclude by saying that we still have a number of global challenges with foot and mouth disease. We have made good progress in some areas and the improvement of some of our tools, but the threat remains. Many of these threats come out of broad global political dynamics, which of course we as veterinarians cannot do much to control. But I think we do have to do our best to be ready to recognize the threats that can emerge and to improve the tools and their application. So I'd just like to finish by mentioning that the reference laboratories provide a lot of information which can be available online in much more detail if people are interested in them. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Bueno, muchas gracias, David.
Thank you very much, David. It was an excellent presentation. We have an idea of how we have this risk image of FMD at global level. It is interesting to have a closer view of what our region, of what it looked like in our region. I'll invite our colleague Diego Vialli to talk about the context, the regional context, especially in the scope of the hemispheric program to eradicate FMD. Diego, thank you very much.
Bom dia, colegas.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been 5 years. We don't have this pre-COS Alpha seminar face-to-face, so we are celebrating 50 years of COS Alpha, and we also have to go through the history of this program, how we are and what do we expect. That's what I'm going to talk about. We're going to talk about this hemispheric program to eradicate FMD. The idea of this event is to talk about the past. So that's what we will do. Then we'll talk about our current situation, April 2024, and what are we projecting until the end of this plan. As Manuel mentioned, we still have until the end of 2025, and then conclusions of this presentation. A little bit of history of the FEFA program. This idea started in 1987 during the 5th meeting, Inter-American meeting, so-called animal health. There were the ministries of agriculture of the different countries. They asked the World Pan American Health Organization to establish a program to eradicate FMD. At the time, one of the resolutions, they demand the Pan American Health Organization director to constitute a hemispherical committee to eradicate foot-and-mouth disease, and PANAFTOSA would be responsible for the secretariat of this committee. This committee was then created to guide and monitor this hemispherical plan. COEFA is composed of members of the public and private sector from 6 regions of the Americas. Let me show you an image to show the sub-regions. We have 3 sub-regions here in South America: South Cone, Andean region, and Brazil, and 3 other sub-regions from North America, Middle America, Central America, and the Caribbean. When this was proposed in 1987, the 3 areas of the North were not affected by FMD, and the objective was to keep them free. And on the south, the 3 regions were affected by the disease, and the objective was to eradicate the disease in those regions. What is the role of this FEFA program? Since 1988, it's an axis to conduce actions of all countries following a common guideline. This is the objective of FEFA. Countries should work in a harmonious way and all rowing to the same side, so to speak, so that we could reach our objectives of eradication and keep the free areas free in a harmonious way. Since 1988, the first action plan of this program saw that until 2009, we were going to eradicate foot-and-mouth disease in the continent. These are the cover sheets of these action plans. They are all in our database at PAHO. reaching 2009, we didn't reach eradication. So we asked for another action plan, which started in 2011 and finished in 2020. Again, we are not able to achieve eradication. And now we are on the third action plan that started in 2021 and goes up to 25. The final objective, eradication, which we didn't reach until now, it seems that we failed. But I'll show you the data, and you will realize that we have evolved a lot. In 1988, this first map, whatever is in gray, is countries non-free. Only the 3 regions in the south were the disease, and they tried to eradicate. Here we achieved 4% of the free territory, which was basically Chile, and all the other countries were not free of the disease. In 2011, when we started our section action plan, we improved. What is in light green are free areas that were using vaccination, and dark green without vaccination. We had 2/3 of that area as free, with or without vaccination. The third action plan in 2021, we had 95% of the region already free of the disease, with or without vaccination. 1/3 without, and another 1/3 with 2/3 with vaccination. And 5% of the region is not free of the disease. So in 2021, this was Venezuela and a small part of Colombia.
Se a gente olhar
If we look now by herds, in 98, we had 98% of the herds that were not free at the beginning of PEPFAR. After the second hemispheric plan, 30% of the herds were non-free, and in the third one, 1% non-free. Together with the free region, we are evolving in the free regions without vaccination that we considered within the PEPFAR that we have eradicated the disease. It's the last stage of the eradication. So there is a major eradication as time went by in South America. Historically, if we look at the situation vis-à-vis the risk, or how long we've had the last serotypes in terms of batch per region, the dark green, we've had more than 20 years without any recording of a focus in the region. The light green, 11 to 20 years, and the last one we had, it was in 2018 in Colombia. It's in orange. The major part of the continent for a long time has not had a record of focus of FMD. When we evaluate by serotype, we see that we still have a serotype C, and the last one in 04 here in Brazil in the Amazon. It's been 20 years since we had the last focus of FMD serotype C. And part of the South American continent hasn't had a record for more than 20 years, except in the North Andes region and in 2023 in Venezuela. And also here, most of the countries for more than 10 years hasn't had a record, and the last one was in the Andes, type O, FMD. So this is a history of where PEPFAR came from. It was the ministries of agriculture of each country that had the idea of having that. We haven't eradicated everything, but we are almost there. We are now in the PEPFAR, the third action plan. The targets are to eradicate the virus that's acting in Venezuela and mitigate the risk for the border with Colombia. The second specific target is to do the transition so that we have free of vaccination in the countries that are still vaccinating, and to maintain free the states that are already free without vaccination, but reinforcing and improving the prevention and prepare for emergencies. Now let's talk about each one of those specific targets. As for number one, to eradicate the virus in Venezuela and mitigate the risk in the North Andes region, since the first action plan, we had some evolutions. We created the Venezuelan Foundation of Animal Health, is a PPP responsible for coordinating and organizing the vaccination against FMD in the country. We have available vaccine in the country. There was a time in the past where the vaccines were scarce. Now we have them. We have this third action plan, a region commission of countries that are supporting the actions of eradicating FMD in Venezuela. And also there is a permanent coordination of the Pan American Center for FMD with commissions and meetings, both with the PPP in Venezuela, and also we have each semester reports to all the delegates so that they are aware of all the actions that have taken place in Venezuela. This has happened during this time frame. But we weren't able, since the third action plan has started, the advance was not significant in terms of the capacity of the assay to strengthen the surveillance actions. We need the commitment and the reinforcement of the government in Venezuela so that the surveillance actions are better so that we can get to eradication. We haven't evolved much in this third action plan yet. Those are some images, and in the graph we see the coverage, the number of animals that have been vaccinated per cycle. We see that during this action plan we had a slight improvement in the first cycle of 21 from now, but we have 6 million animals vaccinated per cycle, but the coverage is not adequate yet. We expect that with the Venezuelan PPP Foundation, we are able to increase the vaccine coverage. And we have some photographs. We are there with governors. So there's a political side of this fight against FMD with governors, mayors. We go to livestock installations. We have trainings. We have colleagues that are trained not only in the theoretical aspect, but also in the practical aspect at the lab level that was carried out in Venezuela. As to Colombia, in this period of the third action plan, we had this recognition of the free zone without vaccination. Last year, we were recognized internationally. There is another cycle in the border area with Venezuela. There was a reinforcement during the third action plan, and also actions taken with Colombia and Venezuela. We had meetings here in Rio, And we had other meetings between Venezuela and Colombia, and the private sector of both countries also organized and harmonized actions at the borders to improve surveillance. And during this plan from 21 to 25, we also simulated the contingency plan in Colombia. This image, this region in pink, was recognized as free last year, and we have some photographs from our director together with the Dr. Wilman, who is the manager in the Venezuelan side, and a representative from Colombia signing an agreement so that the actions are harmonized in the border area. And on the right, you have a public meeting between those two countries so that they are all on the same page. As objective number 2, during the action plan, we are on a translation in zones where there is vaccination. We have Brazil and Bolivia in the transition period, Ecuador and Paraguay in an internal process of discussion of scheduling a new program for transition. Argentina has an internal process of discussion to use a bivalent vaccine, and Uruguay is in the process since the beginning of the action plan. Uruguay hasn't advanced much. As to objective number 2, the whole map in yellow, we started last year, and the last vaccination against FMD. It's a transition process, all the south of Bolivia and a major region in Brazil. In this transition region, we have 140 million bovine, together with the vaccine-free zone. In 23, we had more bovine in regions where they didn't receive the vaccination than those who received vaccination in South America, which is a great result for all of us. This year, there is a forecast to Brazil, yet another area to have the last vaccination. This month, we are going to celebrate the last vaccination in the state of Rio de Janeiro, adding 55 million more bovines that are non-vaccinated in a transition period. By the end of this year, we will have 260 million bovines not vaccinated or in transition areas or in non-vaccine-free areas. This is equal to 2/3 of the whole herd in South America. As to objective number 3, those who are not vaccinated, we have to improve the vaccination and the prevention and maintain them free. All those 3 subregions from the north, they were from the start of PEPFAR. There was no occurrence of FMD. So the prevention policy for FMD gives a protection level to this region. Of course, we had Chile, Peru, the Guyanas, and Suriname were free countries without vaccinations. There was no new introduction in those countries during this time frame. And also, following the same objective, we had from the beginning of this third plan, 21-25, Paraguay and Ecuador came to the regional bank of antigens of FMD and a series of trainings of plans for contingency in different countries. Another photographs when Paraguay entered the plan. We were during the pandemic, so it was done via Zoom virtually in Washington. We had simulations in Ecuador. We trained colleagues from the Guyanas at the labs. We trained the dissemination of the introduction of FMD in Chile in partnership with all the governments of all those countries. And now, the most difficult part, that is to think about the future. What do we expect for the next 20 months that we still have PEFA until 2025? As to objective number 1, we hope to work with Venezuela to intermediate certification of this country as free from the disease. But we need a commitment, a strong commitment from the Venezuelan government to eradicate FMD from the country. The reinforcement of the support of the countries that are part of the commission that supports Venezuela, so that we have more financial resources so that we can act in a stronger fashion with Venezuela. We have to intensify actions in the borders in Venezuela and Colombia and Venezuela and Brazil. We are working with these countries to do that. As to objective number 2, we hope to eradicate the disease at the end of the program, both in Bolivia and Brazil, suspending the vaccination and recognizing those countries as free of the disease. We hope that if Argentina is not using the serotype type C, we won't have other vaccines in the region that will use this serotype C. Ecuador and Paraguay will have established until the end of PEFA their program to suspend vaccination. This is the projection in dark green, is for the end of the PEFA. Everything that's dark green will be free of vaccination, and in yellow, transition. And in Brazil, we are going to see if this is going to be anticipated or not. But anyway, up to the end of PEFA, or the first year of the next plan, that is 2026, all the dark green part will be certified as free of vaccination. 2/3 of the bovine herds in Latin America would be part of this area. As part of objective number 3, we have 2 countries that are very advanced in their commitment. We have Brazil and Bolivia, and also we are going to implement BANVAC in those countries. We have some simulations that have been programmed with some countries, and we have other plans for FMD. To conclude the general aspect, I talked about the past, the future, and the projections for the future. And we work together from the very beginning. There is a consensus amongst the countries, so we are all following the same guidelines. And that's very important within this hemispheric program. We are not at eradication yet, but we are almost there to eradicate the disease in the continent. Although we are almost there, close to the end, it's important to maintain all the efforts. It's difficult to maintain the efforts trying to eradicate completely the disease in our region. Despite all the efforts, we notice that we still have some time to work until 2025, but knowing that the actions take some time to take place, we will have to start discussing, and we'll need more time than 2025 to eradicate FMD in the whole region. Thank you very much for your attention.
¿Está conectado? Sí.
Is this working? Yeah. Diego and David.
You have access to this apps. You can ask your questions. We have some.
Vamos a comenzar con David, que hizo la primera presentación.
Let's talk about David. We have a question. They ask us if in Pure Right they analyze the need to test with neutralization of serum all the vaccines that are used in South America. Is it a fact?
Yeah, whether the vaccines that we use in South America, whether there is a need in Pilbright, whether they have been conceived, whether there is a need to be tested with seroneutralization, the vaccines that we use in South America.
Against the viruses from Egypt?
Yeah, or in general, other viruses, because we use a particular.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, I'm not sure that I can shed so much light on that. I mean, the idea that you could test the viruses from Egypt, for instance, against South American vaccines is a good one because they're a good proxy maybe for what is still circulating in Venezuela. So it could give you useful information on that. But I haven't seen those data yet produced, and I think the focus of the work that we've been doing at Pirbright at the moment has been to look at whether the vaccines that we use in Europe and Asia, which are not the same as the ones in South America, would protect against viruses from South America.
Yeah. Voy a añadir también, y el jueves tenemos la presentación de la doctora Maristela durante la COSALFA, y ella va a hablar también de los trabajos que se están haciendo para generar paneles sobre las vacunas que se utilizan en la región y para complementar incluso la información.
Complement information that regarding Permatic, the tool that David mentioned. David.
You have to talk a bit about that in the global context.
So if you are going to stop routine vaccination, but if you still want to have the possibility to vaccinate in the face of an incursion, then the conclusion for most people would be you need a vaccine bank. And that's what other people have concluded in other parts of the world that are in the same situation. I suppose the hope amongst some colleagues in South America is that your long experience of making vaccines to a limited number of strains, but of very high quality and potency, will enable you to keep a limited bank of vaccines that may still be able to cross-protect against a wide variety of strains.
Thank you, David. Diego, una pregunta para ti sobre el...
Question, Diego, for you regarding the regional context. What impact regarding the Venezuelan situation with an unknown status, what can this cause in Brazil because of the frontier with Brazil through Roraima?
Well, last year we had some activities in the frontier with Dr. Wilmer, Dr. Guilherme, and other colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil in that area, in this frontier, which is a different type of frontier. It's not very permeable. It only has one way of entering Venezuela. So theoretically, it's less difficult to monitor. And
it's very little density in terms of herds between Brazil and Venezuela in this frontier area. It's the areas of Pacaraima and Gran Sabana in Venezuela. So despite the fact that today we don't have a definition of where or what is circulating in Venezuela, from historical data, we know that the circulation and problems that the region of Venezuela have in foot and mouth disease was always in this frontier area between Venezuela and Colombia, which have much more, a greater number of herds than the region between Venezuela and Brazil. Despite that, Brazil has been working together with Venezuela in joint actions in this frontier. Since a long time ago, they have an agreement between the two countries with the support of PANAFTOSA to carry out joint actions like vaccination of bovines in both sides of the frontier, Venezuela and Brazil, will be followed up by professionals of the both countries. This is an agreement between the two countries, and this was put together with the support of PANAFTOSA. I believe this frontier is that the two countries are working together, and this of course, has an impact in mitigating this risk, if there is any risk of introducing the disease to Brazil.
Thank you, Diego. Now that you're talking about this context and comparing with previous action plans, we're already in our third action plan. What opportunities do you see of cooperation among the countries, mainly those that have advanced in the removal of the vaccine in order to support others that are in an ongoing process?
Yes, I believe that we have here in this region a long history of countries supporting other countries or working together to control and eradicate FMD. I think this should be the motor of all FEFA, the collaboration amongst countries vis-à-vis eradication. So this commission to support Venezuela is very important. Countries that are there should support the actions in Venezuela. And in the past, we had examples in Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay, and many others where there's always this collaboration. The official veterinary services, the private sector have all collaborated to eradicate and control FMD. I think this support is fundamental for PEFA plan now that we are on the third phase, as well as in the next action plan.
There are other questions in the chat that I will answer very briefly, because there's one that asks if there's any coincidence between among the virus found in Egypt and the exports of animals to Venezuela. As David has explained, it's very difficult to establish time and space for these viruses. The introduction can be a long time alone, and the virus evolves through transmission in Egypt. It's very difficult to say this. We cannot do this association because the virus was detected in Egypt in the field, and we don't have sufficient information about that surveillance. So we also have a presentation from Venezuela, Dr. Wilber, and they ask, what do we know about Venezuela? When are we going to have more information about the process? We're going to have a specific presentation from Dr. Wilber, and he will talk about which is the current context in his country. For David,
stages. I mean, it is dependent upon the vaccine companies wanting to get the status of pre-qualification. But there is an incentive for them because it should give them a commercial advantage in terms of the ability to sell their products. So I think it's a little bit early. I mean, we've only just got to the stage that there are 3 vaccine producers that have received a pre-qualification, but we know that there are more companies who are interested in doing so. One of the issues will be for us to be able to sustain the program because it, of course, costs money to do all these evaluations and so forth. So, and there is also even the ambition, perhaps as we go forward, to introduce some additional maybe laboratory testing into the quality accreditation process. So personally, I think it's a very promising initiative, but I think it's still early days to see the impact.
Thank you, David. Diego, preguntan también, bueno, estamos...
Also, we are from a year and a half or more in order to end the period established for the action plan for the third, fifth, which is the idea to follow. Are you going to have another action plan?
Well, as I have said, all the evidence demonstrate that we won't be able to eradicate the disease at the end of 2025. Possibly, the countries will have to demand from PANAFTOSA probably a new action plan. I believe that we'll need a new action plan, but there's no novelty in terms of the targets. We will remain with the 3 targets. We want to eradicate in Venezuela. The countries who haven't transitioned should transition, and the ones who have no vaccination should go on preventing and preparing for emergencies. And then we have to agree a new deadline to finish that. So I believe that we will have to do another action plan, but using the same pathway that we are using now.
Thank you, David. We're out of time, but I'm going to ask some more questions to each of you. David.
Issue, I suppose, and it's a mixture of parts. I mean, we are making a lot of progress in some places, South America being one of them, and I mentioned some of the others in India and China. So huge efforts are being expended, and they are bringing rewards, as you would expect. But at the same time, we have some big headwinds against us, because we have also still the situation that the virus remains in some of the primary endemic foci, and there is really not very much prospect of early eradication of the virus there. And then we have all these factors of instability, political instability and globalization that make it very difficult to achieve complete containment. So basically we have to redouble our efforts to maintain the progress we make.
Thank you, David. Diego, yo creo que la última pregunta para...
I think the last question. Once we go ahead in the removal of the vaccine, which are the strategies to face this, including with vaccine banks and so on?
As to the vaccine bank, we have been working to do that, but any country, free or not, with vaccine, must have some vaccines in stock, because we are working with only 2 serotypes. Like David has shown in his presentation, we had different pools all over the world, and a new introduction might happen. So the country has to be prepared. We must have a tool or against this virus. We must have a bank if something happens. But we've been working in modeling those vaccines so that the countries with real data, both of propriety and movement, they can simulate the introduction of a new virus of FMD in its area, how much it's going to impact, how many animals will be affected, if it is a number of days, how much impact it will have. It is more than that, how much it will impact. We have to be prepared for emergencies. All countries should know that, because it is great to get to this status without vaccination and with eradication. But the difficulty is to just rest. You can't rest. We must be vigilant. We must be reinforced and preparing for the worst. And we've been doing that. We have good examples in the region of countries who have been doing that. And then can be an example within PEPFAR for the other countries.
The question is interesting because we've been for years linking the removal of the vaccine with a bank of antigens in response. And the countries that have vaccination, they're vaccinating 2 different serotypes, line 2 or 3, depending on the case, and specific lineages. But as David explained, there are other risks, globally speaking. So in any case, there are not 2 things that are linked. We can be prepared. We have to be prepared to respond to an emergency, and the bank of antigens is very good and important, including in countries that are maintaining vaccination with these 2 serotypes. Now, there was a question also about the regional position of the countries of the region for the use of serotypes that are exogenous to the region and manipulated by the labs. This has already been discussed in Narco-Safa in the past when they opened with Narco-Safa's countries in order for this to be developed, linked to a regional committee of biosecurity. And we can speak a little bit more during COSALFA. But the regional countries will express themselves about this approach. The labs in these countries may work with these exogenous serotypes if they comply with the biosecurity measures and also the regional ones. So more or less all your countries, all the questions have been answered, and I thank David very much for your presentation and for being here answering their questions. Thank you, Diego, also. We have now a break of, I don't know how long, 20 minutes. 20 minutes break. We will have 20 minutes now. And during this break, you will have the opportunity of visiting scientific posts and technical works that have been presented by the country. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. It's been a long time since we last saw one another, so it's quite understandable that everybody is very excited about meeting one another after so much struggle to overcome the COVID crisis. So that's why everybody is so emotional and excited. That's great. But anyway, we are going to resume our morning session. And as we have in our program, we have now the session number 2 that deals with countries from COSALFA according to their status. We have divided according to status. The first one is going to be the only country where we don't have the international recognition of the Animal World Organization. It's the Republic of Venezuela. We are talking about COSALFA. Other countries in the Caribbean don't have this recognition, but they are historically free. Venezuela doesn't have the process, and it's historically infected, although they do not record the disease. But this doesn't exclude the fact that the disease exists in Venezuela. That's why we are going to discuss in this session the fact that we want to talk about this important issue that has been talked several times by the delegates of COSALFA, and want to insist that Venezuela changes its mindset. If we talk about the history, Venezuela has more than 1/4 of a century of vaccines against FMD, and they had vaccinations with social cycles where the government donated vaccines. There were periods where there were no vaccinations except the ones that were smuggled or imported from other countries, because Venezuela could not produce or sell the vaccines. This was in the past, but not a long time ago. Dr. Wilmer will demonstrate that. When we talk about Venezuela, we know it's one of the countries in the world and the only one in South America that was officially recognized by WHO with a satisfactory FMD program in May of 2015. But unfortunately, 2 years after that, the WHO suspended this recognition. And it's pretty clear that the recommendations of the organization at the time were not met. That's why they suspended this recognition. The recognition of a good FMD program is just saying that the country is complying with the norms to be recognized as free. But to structure an official veterinary service in any country has to be done via a coordinated sort of work, private and public, and within a political context. That must be the background. The political support must be very strong, and the participation or the contribution of the private sector is also very important. But the sanitary authority, in the case of Venezuela, is the inside, should be able to play its role. Those challenges need to present strategies. There were several strategies, but they were frustrated. But there are components that you will perceive in this presentation that we should pay attention to. First, the problem is in Venezuela. Different from all the South American countries that we have to act in eradicating FMD, we also had to pay attention to our neighbor countries because we were afraid of the reintroduction of the virus via the borders. When we look at the map, all the countries have been recognized from the animal WHO. So we hope we don't have this external challenge. But the challenge we have only comes from Venezuela. So the problem is in this country, and the solution is also in Venezuela. And it's up to us as an international organization, and you as interested countries should contribute to the final process of the recognition of Venezuela as free of FMD. So we shall listen to the delegate of Venezuela, who will present what they have been doing up to now and the challenges they face to guarantee that the country is declared free from FMD. Dr. Wilmer Alcazar will present his case for 20 minutes. For 20 minutes, 15 minutes afterwards, you can have a Q&A session. Dr. Wilmer, please, you have the floor. He is a veterinarian in the University of the Center Occidental University Alvarado. He's a doctor in science, pharmacology. He was chief of the veterinarian service in Venezuela from 2010 to 12. He was the vice minister of livestock in the agricultural ministry from 2018 to 19. Currently, he is chief of the official veterinary service of Venezuela. He's the national director of animal health. Dr. Wilmer, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Guilherme, for passing the floor. Well, I would like to tell you it's a great honor for me to represent Venezuela in this 50th COSALFA that is historical. COSALFA, where we're watching results and successes, and it seems that in the case of Venezuela, there's still a long path to trail, and that's what we recognize. Part of my presentation has to do with explaining to you why Venezuela has still not attained the status of international status of country free with vaccine, but also to tell you, to give you some good news, some advances that we have reached. So without further ado, I will start my presentation. So basically, we will review a little bit the productive traits of bovine livestock and buffaloes in Venezuela, the structure of vet service, the official one, a review of what is the current situation of FMD in the country and what has been international cooperation with Venezuela, the participation of the private sector that is quite better, this cooperation between private and public sector in Venezuela, and also to see the results of the last vaccination cycles of the last 3 years, and the plan that we have, a project of action plan for the next years. And we would end then with all the main challenges that we are facing. As I mentioned, the bovine livestock in Venezuela, basically its distribution of, on the right side you can see, and the distribution of the animals vaccinated in the country. 90% of the livestock of buffaloes and bovine is in the center and western center of Venezuela. We can see this on the map of the number of establishments of animal amounts and establishments. The darker colors is higher density of animals, and also we represent on the left side the different states of the country, and also the amount of animals, of bovines, and the number of establishments. We have to highlight also that 4 states of the country, Guárico, Barinas, Apure, and Suria, concentrate 60% of the national livestock, and that's where we concentrate in yellow the greatest production of meat and milk in the country. Regarding the vet official service, I would like to mention that as of 2008, we approved the integral agricultural health, and we have the National Institute for Animal Health, and this law replaces the one of sanitary health of the year 1941. Inside is an entity of the government, and it has its president that is the highest authority as institute. Now we have Dr. Tibisay Leon, that is also would like to would like to greet her. She's greeting everybody in this COSALFA 50. We have a general administration and also the other commissions that are 3: agroecology, popular participation, and animal and health. We have the vet official service in Venezuela. So we have 4 coordinations of health programs, labs, and quarantine, and the program of foot and mouth disease under the coordination of animal health program. For you to have a general idea of how we structure the vet service in my country, and to tell you here we have Dr. Hector Colde, that currently is the national coordinator of animal quarantine and also the FMD program. We also have, nationally speaking, we see it on the screen, this map, the different of the inside, 186 plus 298 validation centers that I used to call guidelines expedition. Now they're called validation centers for animal transportation. And besides that, we also have 80 control points for the mobilization of animals and their producers. And this is the control points are the responsibility of the armed forces of Venezuela that also are capacity built to hold their activities. We also have in this official service 245 vet physicians and 49 auxiliary technicians and 1,200 private vets that work in livestock, bovine, and buffalo. Regarding foot and mouth disease, I'm not going to repeat a lot. And we know that Venezuela is a country that doesn't have is not recognized in America as a country free of FMD. However, we do have a national statement, a self-statement of country free of FMD with vaccination that was issued in the year 2020. February 26, 2020, it was published in the Gaceta Oficial, where Venezuela declares itself free of the disease, but we have to highlight that in Article 2 of this resolution, they established a requirement of the Vice Ministry of Livestock and Coordination continue the work to obtain the international recognition of the WHOH. Now, to tell you that the last outburst of FMD in Venezuela was in 2013, March 6 in 2013, in the state of Barinas, in the municipality of Barinas, and it was an outbreak in a small producer. 22 animals of the herd and 18 were sick, and they stated that this producer hadn't vaccinated the animals against the disease. There was a virus A outbreak. Regarding the compliance of FIFA, we know that we consider that 2 years after we ended this action plan 2021-2025, we will not be recognized internationally yet. You'll see why. Because we had considered in this FIFA where Venezuela participated, we had considered to obtain the recognition in the year 2025. However, an objective that I thought was not conclusive. I would like to detain myself to mention some approaches that perhaps there are challenges that Venezuela is facing that other countries haven't had to face in the last years. In 2015, by a decision of the North American government, they state Venezuela as unusual and threat, as they mentioned, to national security of the United States of America. Then, based on this, we started to suffer a number of sanctions, blockage to the Venezuelan economy, where up to date we have 926 sanctions. Venezuela is considered the 5th country most sanctioned in the world from the point of view of coercive measures that don't have any base in the international law. Therefore, we have been reporting this since 2015, that these economical blocking actions, we must say, what does this have to do with the program? But precisely, the income in Venezuela, revenues of Venezuela depend on the oil and gas sector and also mining sector. And it has that with these sanctions, Venezuela didn't receive since 2015 more than $300 million that were for the import of drugs, food, and basic products, and imports for the programs of animal health. This is important to mention because we have had to struggle against this situation, and in fact, the New York Times Wednesday last week published an article where they mentioned that these measures, coercive or unilateral measures against Venezuela, have caused the greatest economical collapse in peace times in the last 45 years. Therefore, besides this, besides the pandemic that we had to all face, we also had to face this economical blocking. And this recognized since last Wednesday by other decisions from the North American government. So I would like to mention this. Another thing is that not only this limited the capacity of the public sector, but also the economical capacity of the private sector. In fact, we had difficulties of access, and we now consider there has been finding a solution. Between 2017 and 2021, we still had problems in Venezuela in order to have access to vaccines against FMD, mainly speaking, among other difficulties that have to do with logistics, our oil production sector. We know the rural plantations, if we don't have vehicles and fuel oil, brought a lack of this necessary asset, and the logistic capacity of the public sector were very strongly also evidenced by the private sector for field activities were affected because of lack of fuel. This has also been solving slowly. All this lack of resources, we can see in other slides, and this has a low this brought low coverage of vaccination. What we see now is a FMD program from the epidemiological surveys. In red, the focus of FMD in the last 20 years, since 2023. You can see 23 years of surveillance, and in green you can see the historical coverage of vaccination during these 23 years. First, to tell you that until 2013, I repeat, it's when we had the last focus of FMD in Venezuela. Between the year 2013, we had 271 outbreaks of FMD in the country, and 74% of them was serotype A of FMD. Historically, since 1950, when we had the first outbreak of FMD in Venezuela, the virus A has been the most prevalent in 75% of the cases. On the other hand, we see that the coverage of vaccination, let's say, have had their highs and ups and downs, but however, since 2017, they started to reduce to less than 80% of the estimated herd in the country. And here I make a parenthesis to mention the numbers of amount of herds and amounts of livestock buildings correspond to the year 2015. We haven't updated the number of herds that we have. Perhaps we have less or probably more, but it's part of the challenge that we have now, the updating of this inventory and registry. Based on the numbers that we have, the last vaccination cycles, the vaccination hasn't reached 50% yet. And I would like to highlight also what has been the social cycles of vaccination. That is a social mission of the Venezuelan government, where they established free vaccination for small producers up to 100 animals that were based on the socio-economical. They require the support of the national government. But the epidemiological point of view, this showed that these herds were historically not being vaccinated, that they implemented these social cycles vaccination that were established between 2016 to 2016. I wanted to show you the period 2007, 2014, in order for you to check in the next slide the correlation between the measure that was being implemented, the social attention to the small producers, started to drop the incidence of FMD in a very important way, to the point that the frequency, the endemic standard of the disease was broken, was interrupted. And we consider this interruption of FMD in Venezuela is due, and its success, to this social plan of the Venezuela government started in 2006 under the leadership of Commander Hugo Chavez. That was the one that approved this social cycles of vaccination, and also the President Nicolas Maduro maintained it until the sanctions, the economical blockage that I explained did not allow this to continue. The social cycles of vaccination, we dealt 3,500,000 animals, and we had 20 cycles between 2006 and 2016. I had the opportunity, thanks to God, to go through all this period, working in the vet service of my country and vaccinate in the field the small producers with this social plan. We applied more than 60 million of free doses, and we helped 23% of the national livestock with vaccination, and 57% of the producers nationally speaking. On the other hand, I would like to show the surveyage of vesicular stomatitis. One thing is to say we don't have FMD, but other is we're surveying this. Venezuela is an endemic country to vesicular stomatitis, and since 2013, we have 418 suspected diseases, and we have samples of this, and the results discarded the presence of FMD. However, 19% of the samples were positive to vesicular New Jersey stomatitis, and we have the outbreaks of New Jersey stomatitis. The most affected state was the Bolivian one, Padre Cienrosio, and we have 8 outbreaks of vesicular stomatitis, and here the other 11, Zulia and Cojera with 8. These were the most affected states in the country during this period of 11 years without any FMD in Venezuela. Regarding the technical cooperation, we consider that it has been very important in the work of the international institutions in support for Venezuela. I want to highlight the participation of Venezuela in this project of FAO regarding the program or the strategy of progressive control in the FMD in the Andean region, where Venezuela was cataloged and position 2 of advance. So through this work, where we had Dr. Alejandro Rivera in Venezuela giving a follow-up, we were able to state that the program had complied with the critical issues, and for that moment we recognized 2011 that the incidence of the disease and endemic standard had changed.
Currently, there is a project by FAO to strengthen public policies in health area, both animal and vegetable, and that is inserted specifically in the FMD program. In around 15 days, we'll have a FAO mission in Venezuela to follow up animal and plant health programs. I would like to highlight this information. In Venezuela in 2015, accomplished the international certification of WHAH because of the program of FMD. The current program is standardized by a resolution 145 of 2013, and in 2015 this program was validated by WHAH. In 2016 this certification was extended because of the reduction and the coverage of vaccination, and also the technical commission of the WHAH has decided to remove the certification of Venezuela. So we have our reports that are available to countries if you would like to review them. On the other hand, the support of PANAFTOSA is the international organization that has more often collaborated with Venezuela, not only in capacity building, but also in the different missions, the strengthening of the laboratories for diseases like vesicular stomatitis. Thanks to PANAFTOSA, we have this cooperation with the provision of kits to the country in free of charge. And we thank you very much for that. We have been able to be present at different meetings of COSALFA and to cope with the requirements of the meeting. And the program in its different stages where Venezuela has participated, we have seen lots of progress. Also, the support of ICA has to be highlighted because historically has supported Venezuela, especially in capacity building and extension programs. Here we have the Resolution 49 and the international regulation, which mentions and establishes the Regional Commission of follow-up We have had meetings. Our last meeting was in March this year, where we have showed the operation plan for this year, and we're going to show you shortly. And also the request that Venezuela, Brazil, and Colombia keeps collaborating with them for this international cooperation or binational cooperations. We have signed this document at the scope of COSALFA 44 in April last year. With a joint work has been established with Colombia, a binational program with this country. We had 3 meetings, one meeting in Rio de Janeiro, where we have signed the technical document, one meeting in the north of Santander in Cúcuta, and one meeting in San Antonio de Táchira on November 16th. So this joint work has been established with our neighboring countries, especially with Colombia. The participation of the private sector is consolidated by Article 77 that establishes as a priority, also in the framework of the Constitution of Venezuela, the priority is given to the fact that Venezuela is agent in the activities derived from the law, which allows us to organize ourselves and collaborate and carry out animal health programs. We also have the articles by the WHAH and standards by this institution about public-private collaboration. We have the federations in Venezuela and other institutions related to agriculture and livestock in Venezuela, and also representatives of the beef industry, where partnerships are established. And in January 2022, this partnership has been established with a public-private association to establish the cycles of vaccination to the same levels we had 5 years ago. This is one of our fundamental components of the program to eradicate FMD in Venezuela. In 2013, the program was established as a public policy program, which is part of the strengthening of the legal framework to advance in the social cycles of vaccination at that time. This is one of our fundamental pillars of this program, with a mission that establishes 12 axes that have to do with elements that strengthen the vaccination cycles in different stages of the FMD program in Venezuela. Several lines of action have been established with the support of popular participation, social communication, sanitary education, strengthening of insight, and also sanctions. What we've seen is that producers have evaded vaccination because we were not applying sanctions accordingly. So we want to make the point that this needs to be these sanctions need to be applied so as to encourage the continuation of the program. Binational agreements that we've had in Colombia have started to reduce vaccination cycles. We use this type of vaccination and also systematic vaccination every 6 months. Until 2023, we had simple vaccination in a period of 60 days. A first period that started on April 15th, and the second program in second phase on October 15th. We started to reduce this to a cycle of 45 days. In May, we'll start the first cycle of this year, adjusted to 45 days. And the second cycle will start in November, also adjusted to the 45-day period. On the other hand, we have included for February 2025 an additional vaccination cycle for smaller animals, animals of below 24 months, which is especially directed to neighboring cities in Colombia, which is part of our binational program. This is the result of our last vaccination cycle. In 2021, 5 million animals were vaccinated, starting in 2022 with the strengthening of PROFA. And in 2022, the constitution of Fondesa, we started to reach 26 million animals, and this is the result for the last 2 years. On the scope of PEFA 2125, there is mention to the epidemiological situation in Venezuela, which resulted in the program of zonification in the country. Zone 1 is this region highlighted in red. Here is a set of 11 islands that is the island region in Venezuela, and one part here, part of this zone, Zone 1, where we'll have special actions to establish free zone without vaccination until 2026. We'll see details of the zones. We have Zone 2, where we take advantages of the geographic situation, the geographical limits in Venezuela. Here, the north of the Bolívar state, here is an important river, which is the Orinoco River. We'll take advantage of that. We'll take advantage of the fact that there is a limit here with the other, with the whole country. And here is Burgua River to the western zone. So we have waterways that in these regions that influence our programs as well. Here we have the control points that are being established to mobilize and move animals and animal products. And finally, Zone 3, representing 80% of the of livestock. And here is a control zone, free without with vaccination for 2028. Here is our work plan, where we have the activities for Zone 1 and Zone 2 and Zone 3. In Zone 1, we'll start with the pedagogical purposes of the program, but in practical terms, Maybe we'll start things here, or maybe we'll put up a few activities. Actions like structuring the INSAE and FUNVESA in this zone, the update of the records and livestock, supervision and capacity building, establishing the legal framework that gives support to these activities, the prohibition of vaccination, which will be effective here, and the restricting the movement of animals, and the epidemiological study for viral activities, and the OMSA recognition, and the recognition of free without vaccination for May. As for Zone 2, we have the recognition of first free zone with vaccination, and we'll extend the coverage in the country. We have to conclude 4 successive cycles. This is the result we want for the zone, and for Zone 3 we have similar activities for Zone 2, but this is for 2028 when we have the certification. So this is not something fixed, and it's not something strict. It could be improved, and precisely this is a work in progress, and we are also submitting it to PANAFTOSA for review and maybe for support. About the challenges, the update of the registers of livestock is one of the main challenges we have, and the local governments and the public-private association also proposes actions to collect this information and update this information. Another aspect that we've seen that we want to improve is the improvement of vaccination cycles to extend vaccination in Venezuela. The division in zones is something that is in progress, and we want to make progress in this sense and strengthen surveillance and the capacity of early warning of the veterinary services, and also the support to FUNVESA. These are the actions for 2028 towards the recognition of the country as free with vaccination, and this should be extended to the whole continent. Thank you very much.
Bom, eu agradeço muito a excelente apresentação, Dr. Wilmer Alcazar. Convido a todos que possam estar fazendo suas perguntas, né, no aplicativo. E começamos, então, fazendo alguns questionamentos junto ao Dr. Wilmer. Primeiro, uma questão de registro, que o mapa que coloca a Guiana em vermelho.
Guyana in red, as to the suspension from the WHO, has been updated in the site of the WHO. Now it has been recognized internationally. This is just to be fair. Dr. Wilmer, we have several questions. It's difficult to choose them. I'm going to try to put them together. We have 15 minutes for the debate, but most of our audience is asking if they would like to know more about what kind of international help does Venezuela need so that the PROFA can go on and be recognized internationally. That is, you will be able to meet your target, and it's not a drop of water in the desert. So, as a delegate representing Venezuela, what do you think would help you more for you to meet your target?
Thank you very much for this question. I think we have the answer in the resolution of COSALFA 49 as regarding Venezuela. The mention is to the Commission to support PROFA Venezuela, and there is a request that more countries are included in these countries, and that also countries collaborate with resources to this commission. I remember previous meetings, like 5 years ago, when there were interventions of the private sectors. One of the arguments was that they would contribute with resources to the public sector in Venezuela because in different circumstances and due to logistic difficulties, it would be harder to contribute to Venezuela. But good news is FONVESA is one piece of good news. The existence of this instance, because they could receive the contributions of the countries. This would be my answer to this question. It is good that these things become concrete and that more support is made concrete and more countries are included to support this program.
Well, this is a question that I want to ask. Fundesa has been around for 2 years. What has Fundesa contributed to the advancement of PROFA to declare your country free of FMD? What is the concrete answer the private sector has shown?
FONVESA as an emerging or a very recent institution, one of the things that has limited its existence is the lack of resources. Producers have contributed, have given some contribution, but it's still little. They have made progress in organizational terms. There is an organization that puts together the main institutions in the sector. We have 2 sectors in the livestock sector which are very important. And until 2020, when FONVESA was created, these institutions would come together to discuss animal health issues, and at some point there were contradictions among them, and FONVESA has started to be the meeting point where these points would converge, where different views would be put together in one association to see the topic as a country, in a key topic for the country, which is the eradication of foot and mouth disease. So the main progress was the organization of that for the reproductive sector, but the best is about to come. The work that they have started has a structure in the health sector in different regions of the country. It is recognized around the country, and the best is about to come regarding the contributions and the improvements of the program in Venezuela, thanks to FONVESA.
There is also political contribution. The answer is yes. Well, many people have asked that. What is the Venezuelan policy, or what do you intend to implement to overcome the difficulties of vaccinating your herd? What are you doing, or do you want to do to change from 40% of vaccination and go up to at least more than 80% like OMSA wants?
The first element is to give support to FONVESA so that they can do their work. Remember that in the scope of FONVESA 2022, animal health services have established delegations to the public sector to improve the coverage of vaccination in Venezuela, complying with the health codes where they are the maximum or the main authority to provide vaccination at government level. So giving support to FONVESA will also result in the improvement of the vaccination cycles.
I'm going to put together 3 questions, because all of them deal with the same subject. We have noticed that the operative plan that you have mentioned of where you foresee a change in the vaccination agenda is very bold. No other plan such as that can be done without first studying the costs to implement it. The question is, do you have an idea of the costs to put this plan in practice? And is this plan supported by your political sector and the private sector? Because you have the technical and scientific agreement. What about the rest?
This operation plan is not approved yet. It is a project that is in progress. We hope to receive recommendations of PANAFTOSA and also COSALFA countries regarding this plan. And we hope that with this agreement that we have with the private sector, we were talking about our mission in Venezuela, because it is a mission that gives priority to animal health issues, and there are resources allocated for that. And with these sectors, private and public sector, we want to implement this program that we have put in place and seen as completely feasible. And certainly the topic of resources will be the next step.
So you're going to submit this plan to your maximum authority, and you have to have a cost-effective study. That's the next step. How does the surveillance work in your country? Do you have lab assays? Do you have field surveillance? Do the producers participate? And we have some suspicions. Many participants from the audience would like to understand better your passive and active surveillance.
Currently, we have passive surveillance. As I was showing, the animal health services, but also the private network, we see the field as the epidemiological sensors that receive information from inside, and the high authorities of Venezuela see that as forced surveillance, and the control is also part of the system. The presence of veterinarians of the Ministerium for Productivity and the slaughterhouses are also part of our passive vigilance surveillance system. We haven't carried out studies of viral circulation. For that, we need the support to the laboratories and have diagnostic kits to put in place big samples. However, I'd like to take advantage of this occasion to remember that we had a joint work with Panaftosa where we evaluated post-vaccine immunity, showing satisfactory results in the population in the in cattle. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
I believe this is the answer that you can have right now. Another questions to wrap up. I ask you to be direct. You said that in Venezuela you have the support of Panaftosa, and you said how important this support is. Do you have an agreement signed by the government of Venezuela and the organization to make it easier to have this support?
Besides these agreements, we don't have a specific agreement with the public sector of Venezuela with Panaftosa. I think we could make progress in this sector as well. We have a document that we are evaluating. It is a proposal that we received like 3 years ago as a proposal to establish a specific partnership to strengthen the support of Panaftosa to Venezuela.
Is there any traceability system in Venezuela? How do you control the movement of the animals in Venezuela?
We have the animals that they transport through a document that we call it sanitary license for transportation. This document contains all the data since its origin until its destination, and this is loaded into a system in IT, and they register the origin, destination, and also the vehicles that are used for the transportation of the animals, and then we can have the traceability. And the last question.
Last question. How many sanctions have or were applied in the last 2 years to producers that have not vaccinated?
Up to date, we have more 80 sanctions that have been applied based on the second semester of 2023. It's important to mention that the cycle inspections to check the vaccination, we have held them in a more specific way as of the second semester of 2023 up to date. And we have more than 80 buildings that have been sanctioned. And
what is the sanction?
Sanction is a fine. There are two things. A fine established based on the price of the livestock, regarding the size of the livestock that has not been vaccinated. And besides that, we have a sanitary quarantine that's preventive of the building. Then we support ourselves on Article 8 of Agricultural Health Law, where they have the precaution criteria. And then we maintain the building in quarantine until is vaccinated, and we cancel the fight, and then we can start mobilizing. We cannot transport any animal if they're not vaccinated against FMD. So to determine that a building has not vaccinated, FMD is considered a very severe.
One last question. This year is an election year in Venezuela. Do you believe that this situation may add to the plans vis-à-vis the eradication of FMD, or it doesn't have anything to do?
I consider that the light of today that we count a foundation that I understand the importance of the program, and that this program cannot be guided by partisan political approach. It would not affect. And if there is any kind of affection, political issue in Venezuela, perhaps this strong part has to do with the date of the elections, and the date of the elections is for July 28. July. So therefore, if there were any kind of problems, it would be until July, and that's very soon. So it shouldn't be any kind of interference in political partisan participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering our questions. Thank you all for your participation and for the questions addressed. Before we conclude, can I see the video now, Anna, or later? Later, okay. I'm sorry we are late, and let's have a round of applause.
Doutor Rodrigo Garcia, então, vai a ser a próxima sessão. Adelante, doutor.
Muy buenos días para todos.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for your introduction, Guilherme. In section 3, we will talk about Kosovo's countries according to the status of free with vaccination. It's the recognition of a country free of FMD with vaccination is an achievement that shows a national capacity to manage a very important issue, socioeconomically speaking. The absence of outbreaks in countries free with vaccination during a long period of time also shows the success obtained by public and private sectors in the maintenance of this status in this territory. However, it's very important to remember that its intermediary stage in this advance in order to reach the free without vaccination status, because eradication implies in reducing the incidence of the disease zero without any kind of systematic vaccination. Therefore, it is necessary that public and private sectors have to continue participating in their effort. Let me see how we do this. In their effort to comply with the timeline of PEPFAR. In this slide, you can see the situation, current situation of the world, where 67 countries have the certificate of free without vaccination. 11 countries have free zones without vaccination and with vaccination. And 2 countries have the status of free with vaccination. These countries are in our region. in this landscape of PEFA 2125, we have had important advances regarding the countries of the region that are going from free with vaccination to free without vaccination. Since May 1st, as you can notice, as you can see on the second map, the region will have 200 million bovines in a regime without vaccination, and never ever happened event in our continent. Why does this? This represents 2/3 of all the livestock in South America. In this session, we will hear to the public delegates of Paraguay and Uruguay who will share the work held to reach and keep this status and all the challenges for the transition of their countries from free with and without vaccination. The first presentation will be done by Dr. Victor Maldonado, General Director of Animal Sanitation and Traceability of SENACSA of Paraguay. I pass the floor to him, please. We repeat, when we end, we will have a Q&A. And after the presentation, Diego de Freitas, and then the questions will be through the same apps that were as in the previous sessions. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much to FNAFTOSA for inviting us to participate in this international seminar previous to the 50th ordinary meeting of COSALFA. Very briefly, we will show you work that is being held by Paraguay. We will try to keep ourselves to the structure that was given by the organization. We have 20 minutes, and we will try to comply with this. This would be our contents. Basically, there are three important approaches. We'll talk about the structure of SENACSA today, how we have advanced during the last times, of what we do in surveys and other issues included in the system, a little bit about the private sector, that is very important, and finally, which is the epidemiological scenario that we understand that we're in and where do we have to go from here on. A little bit about reminding you that SENACSA is the official vet service of Paraguay. We have a president, 5 directors, and we are 1,400 employees, of which 700 are veterinarian and 234 auxiliaries are veterinary that work in the surveillance and all the other subjects. This is a structure. You can see the most important thing here is that we are inside the country. We have regional sanitary coordination in the whole country, local offices with vets, with auxiliaries, and keep the control, internal transit, and also issuance of documents in the whole country. This is a distribution. Geographically speaking, you can see here the distribution in the country. We have the local offices of vet attention, entrance, control, transportation. Also, you can see the 10 export plants to different markets. So this is the structure that we have today, institutionally speaking. Regarding the budget, very briefly, this is the current budget of 2024. You can see $33 million. These are generated by the service, their own resources. The service vaccination resources are not included. We do not depend on the vaccination to have resources. These are resources based on our own FMG law, and therefore, basically, 100% of the resources are generated by the institution. Regarding what we're going to speak about, the track record of FMD, there are many, we're not going to mention all of them, there are many years, a lot of people that has been participating in the whole process, but I do want to mention something that is very important. In 1996, the program FMD becomes law, and then it is a very important step for the control of the program, because not only it becomes a law, but we start working the first PPP in the country that generates resources to work in the surveys against food and mouth disease. And this is a very important landmark in the system of work for this. And afterwards, the restructuring that the service has, and based on, as of 2013, we're not going to talk about the events because you all know, but we're going to talk about what we work with lessons learned. And after 2013, we have an important subject where we consider reorganization of the program of FMD, not only in the reestablishment of the surveillance, but all the general structure that will allow to have an improvement in the final results. And finally, nowadays we can say with everything that is ongoing and that we have shown, and we show in each year, of course, we can say that the program of food and mouth disease is definitely consolidated. We have a strong consolidation of this work, not only in surveillance, but also in the structure with the private sector in foot and mouth disease. Now, to give you some numbers, you can check here. This is a track record of a bovine population of Paraguay. You can notice we exist and vaccinated. We have a high coverage. This has been considered for a long time. As you can see that we do have a 99% of coverage of vaccination. And this is a track record is very important because it shows the penetration that the vet service and the private and official vet service in the work of vaccination. Regarding other species, we have here very important to highlight that the periods of vaccination of foot and mouth disease, we have a registration of other species. This was very important for other events that we had for avian influenza. We have the data of all the backyard birds that we had. So in a way, this allows us to work in other programs of surveillance that we have every year in each period of vaccination. We are monetizing them in the sanitary information regarding the bovine establishments. Regarding the work of surveillance work, little by little going back, we're doing this together with a georeference of the buildings. You can see here, these are properties of bovine, and each one is being established by their location and based on georeference. We're advancing nowadays in 98.5% of the bovine population of Paraguay is georeferenced now, and we're advancing in the establishments. You know the structure that Paraguay has. It's truly very complicated, more than 120,000 small producers that we have to consider, and we're already 85.2% advanced in the georeference work. This is, of course, part of the process of surveillance work in the restructure of the samples that we're having. Regarding technological structure, this is a very interesting subject for us because we know, many people know, everybody that is here, what is the IT management system of the regional office, and we are managing everything and also SENASA's sanitary approach. We're working with CISA 2.0, that is the IT sanitary information system. All surveys that SENASA is generating at the level of the field, and we're able to do this digitally. It's quite advanced. This is CISA 2. We have CISA 1, but this will have the power, sufficient power in order to work in real time. And we also work today in a network of labs, the system LIMS, that will allow us to have the total management of the labs regarding the processes inside the labs and also in between them. So these technological advances, plus added to others that we use in the challenges like Kobo Toolbox, that is a very important tool for us in the surveys, that will allow us to have a complete diagram of surveys and registry of information of all this. Regarding surveys, we haven't stopped since 2012, where we've had the last episode. We've worked very strongly, not only in having sampling studies, but these sampling studies, they help us for decision making. And in this sense, the last studies show the last 10 years that we have held them, we have based them on risk, with productive traits and also identification of high risk. And all this helped us to really know exactly the situation of each position. You can see per year the sampling that we're doing, the amount of samples, the amount of samples that we have done per year. And you can see the last year, 2023, we had 24,000 samples just to detect viral circulation or lack of transmission, and what represents in the percentage the livestock establishments that we have visited. In the map that you see here, you can see the georeference of all the buildings that we visited in the last years. So regarding the track record, the lack of circulation, we are very compliant with the work that we have done. Regarding immunity, this is a map that for us is gold. It's worth a lot because it shows us that we are also doing vaccination done for foot and mouth disease. Since 2015 to 2023, we are back doing effectiveness in the vaccination. Every time we end the first period of vaccination, we hold studies to measure the effectiveness. And this shows a little bit of transparency with which today we're working, not only inside the country, but also with the region. As we've been working, you can notice here the work of development since 2015. We're continuously been doing this work, and finally today we can say that we have reached the total consolidation of the system. We are showing how this works, showing the effectiveness of results of vaccination. And to give you an idea of 2023, these are the buildings. We have 97% of all established with immunity over 70–80%. So this data for us added to the lack of transmission, added also to the notification of disease in our surveys, passive surveys. We're strongly working in reaching, contacting the producer in this sanitary education of making the producer the most important sensor surveyors, because we know that the vet service will not be in the 100,000 buildings in all the producers, but if the producer is aware and constantly checking everything and reviewing the livestock, being the most important sensor that we have at the level of the fields. So been working in this, and we have had a lot of capacity building, a lot of awareness in order to reach better levels. We're reaching our own records of notification in the passive surveys. Likewise, the suspicious of other diseases. In the past, it was difficult to have this information, but of course, we have to show everything that is being done. We have suspicious diseases. We do have them, and this is the work done by the service regarding early detection, because it's very important, because we're working internally with our personnel and also training the producer in order for them to work with us. And of course, considering in many environments, not only thinking about, well, we shouldn't vaccinate and we should, for other diseases also that are inside this management system, to work in passive surveillance for us is extremely important. Regarding the labs, yes, we do have good news, important news. SENASA has today a complex of labs. We have level 3 biosecurity, 4. We have 2A+. We have also labs of residue control, analysis of food, and also these work in a different way, and they wouldn't have the strength that today they're having with the integral management of information. So today, practically, we're working intensely in being able to have this network of labs and all the labs to be able to work jointly. We also have inside our service the control and quality of FMD vaccines. 100% of the vaccines that are being produced and being imported in Paraguay from neighboring countries are controlled by a group of people that control the quality in the labs and also what we have in the service. So there is a complex control that the product is produced in the country with the 2 labs that we have of high quality that produce vaccines. And once we produce the vaccines, they go through quality control. And then we also, within the system of surveillance with Fundasa and with the work that we have with vaccine, we have the quality control that take the vaccines to the farms and establishments. Private sector, and this for us is perhaps strategic, most important issue that we have in the country. It's a joint work, and also it has evolved and that's more important, since 1996, when we had the Interconstitutional Commission for Eradication of Foot and Mouth, and Fundasa and other internal organizations. Today, Fundasa is an organization that has structure, that has capacity building, and we're working jointly with this service in the program of FMD vaccination. Not only FMD, but also included work with brucellosis, bovine brucellosis. These are the human resources. In the vaccination, we have more than 4,000 people involved intensely. These are places where we have the offices in synergy with SENASA and these bovine establishments, and also the farms. We measure distance and time, and labor, and so on. So how long it takes, and we have everything very well structured and planned, where we have more than 3,000 people involved jointly with SENASA. Regarding financial resources, we have to mention how much it costs to private sector to work in the vaccination. We're talking about $10 million. This is a cost, this is a budget that we have in the private sector. And today, as I mentioned, dedicating itself to the operational process of vaccination. Since the biological producer leaves the lab and goes to the centers, here we have Fundasa planning everything, of course, and also the execution of the work. Regarding the cost, surely this is a very good question that many of you would like to know. How much does it cost in Paraguay, the vaccination? You can see the data on the screen. All the work done by foundation, the certification of vaccination, because you have to have a person in establishment in order to start the vaccination. It's 1.19 cents of dollars. This is the cost for the public-private work, mainly the private sector, regarding vaccination against FMD. Emergency system, we have very strongly worked in updating our preparation response to emergencies. It was a challenge that SENASA had. We followed. It ended in 2022. Today we have a structure today very well defined for the emergency. Our contingency plan for FMD has been established last year, and everything with the help of a B project. We have hired third parties, and we have a master plan and also contingency plan for foot and mouth disease, totally updated. Here's the structure. I'm not going to change myself in this because you can check this afterwards. And exports, this one on the next slide, you can see the work, credibility, and assurance that everything has allowed us for us to participate in more markets. That means to work correctly, to have sustainable programs, joint and private work generally gives these results. Exports, for you can check, here we have since 2014 to 2023, the evolution, participation of Paraguay, very strong. As a exporter country, we export 80% of what we produce, so evidently it depends a lot on the exports, worldwide speaking. These are the destinations. And finally, to show you which is the SENASA that we are nowadays. The SENASA, as official vet service, we have gone through a very map of risk, communication, management, campaigns, passive surveillance, active surveillance, external surveillance, risk analysis, because we have had a regional risk analysis for the introduction of the virus of FMD with the expert of WAH. So it's a continuous monitoring and ongoing continuity. And we believe today in three important subjects. First, up to now, we have complied with the regional agreements, global agreements, and the program with PEFA. Paraguay today is already included as a country of reference and innovation at the Leverage program and also regionally. And we have also done a very strong alliance, private and public alliance, where we delegate roles fundamentally to systematic campaigns of vaccination, inspection of vaccinated bovines, that was also done by FUNASA in a joint way, and also capture registry information, updated and permanent. We have already reached sustainability in long term, and also we have kept and strengthened activities of prevention, surveillance, biosecurity, considering suspension of vaccination depending on risk conditions, internally speaking, and also risk a regional condition may exist.
Okay, this is the risk management of the program. I have shown you that's the program consolidated. The internal risk is low. At this moment, Paraguay is establishing the roadmap to the transition towards free without vaccination. And the idea is what the main challenges are the private partnership is one of them. We're working that as a challenge to be overcome, and health surveillance. We need to think of a new system in a scenario where status is free, and Paraguay is going to put in place this system. It is defined. It is part of the transition process. Emergency funds. This is a challenge. And also the antigen banks at regional level, and the emergency vaccination. I know I've exceeded my time, but this last slide is important. We understand that for the action plan, we have a checklist that needs to be checked, and we need to show that our status, and to have a strong institutional support. The private-public partnership, the legal framework needs to be reviewed with the emergency funds, the vaccination bank, the feasibility analysis, internal and external risk management, the diagnostic capacity, the early warning system, contingency plans, and the evaluation of emergency are some of the components that are at stake when we discuss the plan, to also together with the private sector and advancing towards free without vaccination. Thank you very much.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias, Dr. Maldonado, por la...
Thank you very much, Dr. Maldonado, for your presentation. I'd like to invite Dr. Diego de Freitas from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and Fishing of Uruguay, also delegate of the public sector. Please, you have the floor, Dr. Diego.
Perfecto. Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to express my congratulations to Brazil, to MAPA, to Panaftosa. This is a historic event. I'll start the presentation from Uruguay, inviting Dr. Maria Victoria Iriarte, because we're sharing this presentation, and also to inform you that Dr. Maria Victoria is the new assistant to the Department of Sanitary Programs and Epidemiology, and also for the campaign against Panaftosa. Dr. Maria Victoria. Okay, now we'll start the presentation with the productive characteristics of susceptible livestock. We have 42,459 establishments with susceptible animals. Around 11 million bovines and 6 million ovines, 9,000 goats, and 104,000 swines. Productive characteristics of our countries. We have bovine around the whole country, ovines or sheeps, and in specific in specific regions where you see in the map, and swines. Productive characteristics for meat, this is the regions, and for milk, we see on the right-hand side. A little bit of the history. We had the first case of FMD in 1870, diagnosed for the first time by Duprat. In 1968, the fight against FMD becomes mandatory by law. 1968 to 69, the Commission to fight foot and mouth disease is created. In 1987, the Plata Basin Program is established between Brazil and Uruguay with Dr. Francisco Mussi, who is present here, ex-director of Livestock Services. In 1989, the legal framework is created to apply measures to eradicate and prevent FMD. In 1990, we had the last outbreak before reintroductions in 1990 of the type O. In 1993, Uruguay is recognized for the first time as a country free of FMD with vaccination. In 1994, vaccination is suspended. In 1996, OIE recognizes Uruguay as a country free of FMD without vaccination. In 2000, there's a reintroduction with a focus on Artigas. The vaccination was not applied and was applied again in 2001 in Soriano and then in other states across the country. In 2003, OIE recognizes Uruguay as a country free of foot and mouth disease with vaccination. The importance of COSALFA, PEFA, and the international technical cooperation. Since 1998 in Uruguay, with the first PEFA, we did not have a status at all. In 1993, we were declared free with vaccination. In 1996, OIE declares us free without vaccination. And 2003, we had the reintroduction of FMD. And from 2024, this year, we are recognized as free with vaccination. The structure of official animal health services. We have 3 directions: the Division of Animal Industry, the Division of Animal Health, Dr. Martin, who is present here, and the Division of Veterinary and Laboratories with Dr. Valeria Gash. We have 675 people working with us, mean 234 vets. And we have to add that we had public exams since the end of last year, where around 120 employees have been admitted in laboratories and health and officers. In animal industry, we have 23 plants for export, 10 plants for internal animal industry, and also across states. In the division of animal health, we have 42 units, 23 in zones, which are the offices that are distributed in zones, and 19 local units. In vet laboratories, we count on the central laboratory with 3 centers located in Paysandú, 33 in Paysandú and Itacuarepó, and 2 establishments to raise cattle in the states of Soriano and Lavallée. We have a government budget to allocated to the FMD program for 2023 of around $85,000 for maintenance and employee salaries, $22 million. The perspective for this year is an investment of $63,000 and the costs with maintenance and employees around $22 million. In the private sector, has a participation through CONASA, which is the Honorary National Commission of Health, Animal Health, integrated with the Association of Livestock Services and the Rural Federation, the agriculture cooperatives, the National Commission of Rural Services, and milk producers. The legal framework is Article 14 of Law 16082, where the permanent indemnization funds is created for the campaign to control and eradicate foot and mouth disease and exotic diseases, with the aim at complying with indemnizations, abiding the law. Also, about the private sector, we have capacitated 3,400 veterinarians, and accredited we have 1,800 that are present in all campaigns. Their function or their role is passive surveillance and notification suspicious cases and certification of animals. About the export of products in the country, we have around $3 billion for 2021, and these are the figures for 2022 and 2023. The product that is responsible for the highest export is bovine meat or beef. And the country where we export the most is to China, and then the European Union, United States, and Canada. With poultry, we also export to China the most, and also to the European Union. Export of dairy products. In 2021, Uruguay exported around 700,000 million US dollar, around 220,000 tons in volume. For 2023, we exported 230,422 tons with an income of 855 million or billion US dollars. Exports of living animals, we have exported these figures. The country that we export the most in the case of bovines is Turkey, and poultry, Paraguay, and Argentina. I'll give the floor to Dr. Uriarte. Hello, everyone. Very briefly, I'll complement Dr. Freitas' presentation in the 4 points, remaining points: the preparation, the vaccination cycles, and the challenges. So as for the preparation for emergency, we have 4 alternatives that depend on the epidemiological situation. If there is another reintroduction of the FMD virus. Alternative 1 includes sanitary sacrifice, and besides that, the sacrifice the animals, vaccinated animals, strategies in different areas. Alternative 4 doesn't include sacrifice, but strategic vaccination in focal areas in bovines in Uruguay. This emergency plan is being updated. We're using mathematical models for our simulations of possible introduction of the virus and the analysis of the best ways to control it. This is being done together with the University of Netherlands. We're updating the plan. Formally, we don't have access to any vaccination bank in case of an emergency. However, we know that it is important to include the vaccination in our emergency plan, but currently we don't have formal access to any vaccination plan bank. The last simulation was done in 2008. We have a list here that shows that we've been carrying out activities of capacity building aligned with the PEPFAR objectives. The following point is the vaccination cycles. As you know, and as Dr. Freitas showed us, our last introduction was 2021, and we started systematic vaccination of all bovines. The composition is the serotype A24, Cruzeiro, and O1 in fields. We acquired this from Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Paraguay. We did not produce the vaccine. We have a timeline with a few changes, but currently, in March, we vaccinated all bovines. In 2023, we have delivered 14 million doses. And in June, we vaccinated bovines under 18 months with 5 million doses delivered. At the most critical moment, which was before general vaccination, we evaluate the protection level with sampling of 3 different categories. I'm not going to show you details because it's very technical. And if you are interested, you can see our poster. But we observe that for more than 2 years, which is in green, we have more than 70%, the same for the category between 12 and 24 months, which is the blue line. And as expected, the characteristic that did not receive any vaccine or only one was 6 to 12 months. And the composition of this category, you see the protection as a structure for every establishment. For 24 months, we have around 85% of the establishment. More than 96% for 01. We have an adequate protection system to face virus challenges that are that result from vaccination. Dr. Freitas showed the costs of vaccination of 2023. Here we show you that in 2023, the acquirement of vaccination cost around $10 million, with 95% with the private sector and 5% of the official sector. And we changed the tender process this year, and the unit cost is now $0.25, and it's 100% acquired by the private sector. Finally, the challenges. In the medium and short term, the aim, the challenge is to keep up with the vaccination cycles and improve surveillance system for early detection, keep working in the preparation of emergency by using models to analyze the best alternatives to act, and continuous capacity building of the vet services. This paper has been written together with different units, different institutions and departments, and with this I close my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. De Freitas, Dr. Oriate, for your intervention. I'd like to invite Dr. Maldonado and Dr. De Freitas to come to stage so we can have our Q&A session. This way, please.
Okay.
All right. First and foremost, thank you very much again for your presentations, and I'll start with a clarification. All presentations in this seminar and during COSALFA will be available at the COSALFA webpage, so you can have access to them at any time. I'd like to start the session with a question to both of you. Is there an established timeline for the transition? And if not, what factors delay this timeline for vaccination in Paraguay and in Uruguay? Thank you very much, Rodrigo. As Manuel Victoria said, we have we don't plan to quit vaccination. Why is that? As you know, Uruguay depends on imports. We import food. We had very bad experiences with the focus of FMD that had results not only in the livestock sector but across the country. And when we analyze if we are going to keep up vaccination or not, this is something that needs to be taken into account. Producers and government and the official sectors agree to keep vaccination because the focus is to be free of foot and mouth disease. So if we have an agreement among all parties, this is not to be decided anymore. So for the medium and short term, the decision is to keep vaccinating. We have the tenders for next year and we will start the cycle in June. To answer your question, I think Paraguay is already in the transition process. Since 2017, and even before that, we have done a very important work in the organization of vet services, with projects with the Inter-American Development Bank to face the challenges, to confront the challenges. With more than 20 vets have taken a master's course in important universities in Europe and Asia to strengthen the sector. And the most important thing is human resources, and the structure is starting in places where there is this activity, and the technological advancements are also very important. We have the management system of surveillance, the systems that are very robust. The laboratory service, information services, the information services of slaughterhouses. This transition, SENACSA has been working with their own working plan, and not vaccinating is the last step of a program. So the ideal scenario is being built to establish this working plan, this roadmap. For this, we have made this transition in improving that, and these are the final checks that we need to do precisely to talk to the private sector, to the productive sector, and those who are part of that and are aware of our work at SENACSA, our joint work, and building this trust is very positive. And to answer your question, we are already in the transition process, aiming at improving the status in a smooth way, with consensus, with low risks. So this is what we need to review for the final moment of having a different status.
When I was saying about the agreement of the private sector, the government, and official services, I can say that in Uruguay, free of FMD with the vaccination since 2003, we were declared free of FMD with vaccination. And since then, we're speaking about 21 years. In 21 years, we have been through many governments, and no government had the determination to state that we were free of FMD without vaccination. This is something since we were declared free with vaccination. Can you hear me? Okay. Although part of the following question, it's already answered, I would like to focus a little bit more. Here within the challenges found in Paraguay and Uruguay, that is, which are the challenges that still have to be overcome in order for Uruguay and Paraguay are enabled to advance in this status? You commented regarding this. I would like a little bit more of details, which would be the challenges which would be the factors in order for a decision making in this. I don't know if you understood. Okay, Dr. Rodrigo, the Furman disease in Paraguay is already consolidated in all its structure. Undoubtedly, we do have challenges that are quite interesting. The first challenge that we have very near us, we have to have an individual ID system in order to strengthen, moreover, the surveillance work that we're holding. Therefore, this is a challenge that we have at the front door. We have to do it, and if God wants, we will work in this ID system for each animal, where we also have the private sector. I think that human resources with this new scenario is also a challenge. It's a concrete challenge. We have to prepare ourselves for this scenario. The emergency funds are also a challenge that we have to discuss. But I think that the most important challenge within what is the sanitary system in Paraguay is the work that we have to do with the private sector. For us to reach a full consensus of the ideal moment of not vaccinating the animals. I think there are many challenges, but I believe this is an important and interesting challenge. And we as official service, we have the duty of following this and tell the private sector this is the path we have to follow, and we have to do this in a very cautious way together in this transition towards vaccination without, let's have a better status. That's the objective. The objective to have a better status. So basically, I would include in this a challenge that we have and we have to face in our country. Yes, without doubt, one of the challenges, the most important, is to continue improving the epidemiological surveillance, but also the challenge, and this is not only what has to do with FMD. The challenge of Uruguay and of the vet services is without doubt to continue maintaining the sanitary status that we have, the international recognition that Uruguay has today, and this recognition is the one that allows to access the high demand markets that we have. In Uruguay being free of FMD with vaccination, we comply with the demands of the big markets, and we achieved more. We have reached more marks, and we continue wanting to have more markets. And as Vito was saying regarding the challenges in Uruguay, is to continue improving this joint work with the private and public powers, the PPPs. We have delegates in Uruguay from the private sector that follow us here, and to continue working with the private sector, to continue working with an excellent relationship and a joint work. And in fact, we have had a review of all the sanitary campaigns. We have Animal Arturo with all their team, and they have done this with the private sector, with the rules through CONASA. Perfect, perfect. Unfortunately, the time in this kind of event is a lot of questions, very interesting ones, but due to the lack of time, unfortunately, we won't be able to have all of them. There's the last question that is very interesting. That is, if you, as a private sector, you could have a response, how do you see the private sectors in Uruguay and Paraguay, the advance of the free without vaccination? Which is your understanding of the private sector, which is exactly what they are thinking about regarding this transcendental step advancing towards the eradication. As I mentioned previously, eradication reaches in the moment where there's no risk. No risk doesn't exist. God is the only one that can say that. But when the choose line of vaccine had been removed, then we can have this. I was telling you this, the private sector in Uruguay today, the opinion regarding not vaccinating, they're against this. The private sector is against. We have permanent meetings with the groups of producers, and all the groups, they request for us to continue vaccinating, continue free of foot and mouth disease. That is what is allowing us not only free of foot and mouth disease, but the sanitary status, because FMD is already in this recognition that would allow us to access all the markets. As I mentioned, an export country as ours, this is fundamental. Well, in Paraguay, it happens the same. I think that it's normal if it comes from the production sector, but it's not a complete. There is an understanding that we shouldn't stop vaccinating, but it's not a total issue. I think the veterinary service has to gather and have a dialogue to be unified in their coordinated work. And then this is, as you said, they will always have this reaction. We're not in conditions of not vaccinating, and we have to consider this. And that's a mission that the vet service has of allowing this reliability and to show different and see external factors. And there's some subjects that have to be discussed, and surely this work will be done as of short and long term. And I think at the end, surely we will have a consensus. That's what we're trying to find. In no way we will not leave this aside, leave the private sector aside. Of course, we have to join efforts and work together in getting the best results. Perfect. Perfect. Yes. I think it's interesting. Now, to end, I would like just to give you a comment. Could we... It was according to the data that you showed in your presentations. In the last decade, it's incredible how the data has been improved in a good sense of the word for decision making. So it would be interesting also for the private sector to start considering this data and also based on this consider the transition. I'm not saying, I only want to leave these food for thoughts. Things have changed a lot. The international context has changed a lot. The national ones also, and the quality of the data and the perspective that we have mainly in epidemiology. Therefore, once again, I excuse myself, but we have no more time. I don't think no one is against it because it's lunchtime. Okay? So I would like to thank you very much, Dr. De Freitas, Dr. Manualo, for having given us this session, and thank you all for having been with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let's resume our afternoon session. Please come back to your seats so that we can leave early to our afternoon cocktail. Before starting session 4, I have two pieces of information for you. First of all, I would like to remind you that in your badge you have a QR code, and you can scan it and you have the certification for the seminar. It's a digital one. So in your badges, you have a QR code, you scan it, and your certificate is there. And before the session, we are going to show a video about a virtual course that Panaftosa is developing about FMD for rural producers. So let's start with the video.
Esse curso vai estar disponível a partir do...
This course is going to be available as of the second semester of this year in our platform at PAHO. So we are starting session number 4 about the countries in COSALFA according to their status. Free vaccination areas and free without vaccination and with vaccination. So those countries know their needs and the needs of their areas. Colombia has a different situation amongst all the countries because it has a border with Venezuela. So it's a risk region according to our PEPFAR, our program to eradicate FMS. The other countries, Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and Ecuador, are on the second point of PEPFAR. It's a transition area with vaccination and without. We are going to listen to representatives from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, and Ecuador explaining what has been done in their countries and the challenges vis-a-vis PEPFAR. 20 minutes for each presenter, and we'll have a Q&A at the end. The questions are going to be asked via the app, and after the 3 first countries talk, we'll have a break, then we have 2 other countries, and at the end, the debate. We shall have also a cocktail at the end of the day. So at the end of the debate, you are all invited to participate in the cocktail. So the first presentation is going to be done by Dr. Horácio Angélico, responsible for Senasa Argentina, the control of FMD.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to COSALFA for the invitation. Congratulations on the event. It is an honor to be a participant of this event. Vice President of Senasa, Dr. Sergio Lore, that trusted me for the presentation of Argentina. We were good students of Panaftosa. That gave us a good presentation format that we used as a good template. With this, we can make good use of our presentation. I'll use this time to make a few comments about this. Productive characteristics of Argentina. The livestock is susceptible with 54 million, around 54 million bovines and around 12 million sheep. In different areas in Patagonia and other areas without vaccination, 12 million sheep and around 4 million goats and around 5.8 million swine. As you see on the map, the biggest productive zone in the country is the Buenos Aires province, Córdoba, Santa Fe, La Pampa, between Corrientes, where you have the most bovines and also sheep. This is a map of Argentina, which we see with WHAH. In brown and green, we have free zones without vaccination. We use different colors because still Patagonia is recognized as free, but without vaccination, but commercially is not recognized by some of the countries. There is a zone of a brownish color, which is the Calingasta Valley, which is free of FMD without vaccination, but it is occupied by Chile with no access from Argentina to get in this area. Used for cattle in Chile. According to WHAH, we have the yellow zone, which is the biggest productive zone, and a border zone, which had a status until 2011, which was suspended, keeps a different color, but it is recognized as FMD free with vaccination, with the same characteristics of vaccination strategies as the northern zone of the country. This is the background of the situation of the disease. In 1988, Argentina was an endemic country. At that time, we had 12 focuses. And then the evolution of the disease in 2011, we were free with vaccination. The South Zone was free without vaccination, and we still keep the same sanitary status, one zone which is free with vaccination and another zone without vaccination. This is the map of the last outbreak in Argentina. That was 2006. The outbreak was in San Luis del Palmar, in the Corrientes province. Here we see the region. In yellow is the affected zone. At that moment, we had a contention zone. Where the 7 states neighboring were affected, which had an important effect because the European Union kept buying cattle from the country. The importance of COSALFA and PEFA with the international technical cooperation. The fight against FMD in Argentina has resulted in permanent learning and the development of a successful public-private model. In Argentina, it was very successful. The public-private partnership, where we see the official stakeholders and also producers, and we see the success we had fighting the disease. That not only shares efforts in human resources and economic resources in the different stakeholders in the value chain, but also results have seen good results in recognizing the official status as an FMD-free country with or without vaccination. It was also a stage of learning and consolidation of the control system of the disease at regional level in South America, when the consistency of measures applied between countries through alignments of PEFA and the cooperation with PANAFTOSA have seen accomplishments and satisfactory results that allow the Southern Hemisphere to have one of the most stable statuses at worldwide level. This gives power to South American region as one of the most important stakeholders in the trade of animal origin products, also industrial and biological products, and above all, with the capacity to share and learn the know-how and the very experience accumulated along years of fighting against FMD in other countries in the world. And the world shows respect to the region when they see the solidity and consistency of the strategies and actions applied. What is the structure of our veterinary service, the official veterinary service? Human resources allocated to this program. Today we have 558 veterinarians, 637 assistants, 374 local offices, across the country, 14 regional centers. We also have 764 delegations, which are public customer service offices and the border control, with checkpoints 37, in airports 28, checkpoints on borders 39, in ports and land borders we have 25, with the presence of officers and other smaller corridors where we have the use of public forces. What is the budget from the government for 2023? The investment in vehicles, equipment, facilities was around $53,000. The costs with salaries $3,950,000, and another $25,000 for instruments for samples and for dealing with suspect cases. The budget was adjusted for 2024 due to the demands to good work of the organ. How do we act with the private sector? There's an excellent relation with the private sector. The success of eradicating the disease is a key point for that. The campaigns that are allocated to them are executed with professionals to apply the vaccine, and the capacity building and accreditation is also their responsibility, with veterinarians and which are the most parts, and in other institutions we have veterinarians and other people that receive the same capacity building and accreditation regardless of their situation. They are inspected and audited. Local vets, as I said, in all offices we have around the country, are responsible for this control, and also at central level in the program for FMD are responsible for the follow-up of the campaigns, which results in a very good vaccination campaign. What about the app? Argentina does have one app, and it is used for uploading the vaccination documents, but it is not mandatory. In Argentina, the resolution 879 only obliges the use on paperwork. We can encourage the use of the app, since it reduces the time of the procedures from field to loading the information and analyzing the information. Another activity is passive surveillance, which we have to do together with the private sector. It is a topic which deserves the attention of many of you, and we are working with that in Argentina. This is something that we weren't successful to implement on the previous PEPFA, which is passive surveillance. We have an area of 54 million without vaccination, and we need to invest on that together with the associations of veterinarians, with the university. We are all aware that there are a lot of changes in our official vets, that many people have never seen the disease. They need to receive education about that, but we need to have reports. If we don't have reports, we will never know how to start this officially. If we have an indemnization fund in case of an outbreak, we have a public fund. That was the situation in the last outbreak, and the amount paid to producers if there is the need to indemnify, because sometimes the producers don't report, or sometimes they were, or due to negligence. We tax the animals according to race and genetic characteristics, and we quote a price for the indemnization, and this is the responsibility of the state. The number of veterinarians linked with field activities and other diseases as well, and for horses to be in total capacity to notify diseases, and we need to keep working with this topic, and we need to improve in the reality of Argentina.
These are the exports of animals during the last years. Argentina has a very strong business with Paraguay and Uruguay. And here are the different years and the thousands of dollars. And then in the right side framework, you have export of sheep and the lower part of swines. I don't have to read it. You can see it on the screen. I don't want to delay a lot. I don't know how much time is left. 2 minutes left. Okay. Very short. So this is what is export of semen and embryos. And here what regarding meat, as Diego Freitas said, what Argentina exports in thousands of dollars and tons is fresh meat, processed meat. So, for the emergencies, the last time that we had a contingency plan was in 2007, but we're already reviewing the new plan, and I believe that this year we will have a public consultation, and I think that at the end of the year we will have the new resolution with a new plan for contingencies. Argentina has antigen bank for the regional strains, and we also have a little amount for some extra-regional strains. The last simulation that we had was in 2019, and we think in this year holding one in the last semester of the year. Probably we will do it. We have to see in a free zone without vaccination. The vaccine that has been used in 2023 were 82,390,758 doses. As you know, the vaccine that Argentina used is one with 4 serotypes, Campos, Cruzeiro, Argentina, and Indaial C3. The periods we have a period, it is in the months of March and May where we vaccinate the bovine and buffalo ones, and one in September. Sometimes it extends a little bit more. All the categories, bulls and cows. And the next one we will talk about this. This is the vaccine coverage. They're estimated to be vaccinated in each campaign, and the vaccinated is a little bit more due to the birth that we have in different cycles. How much do we spend in the campaigns? Well, the program spends 200, that is, this covers the local vets, and also it's measured in man-hours, $213,000, 1% of what is spent in the country in the 2 vaccination cycles. All the rest is the lab, also measured man-hour, labs for the approval of vaccines and diagnosis of serological samples. They spend a little bit more, and this is equal to 3.9% of the total that Argentina spends for vaccination. And this is what the private ones that pay for the vaccine. They spend 96% of the budget that is spent in Argentina is on the producer's responsibility for the price of the vaccination and the operation, that is the cost of the application. The objectives or goals. Argentina is not in a transition to a free status without vaccination. Although we are changing the strategy for vaccination, and we're doing this every year. We've done some changes now in guidelines in 2005, where the epidemiological situation was different based on movements for the campaigns, where all the animals now are transported with only 1 single doses. In the past it was with 2. And we're also working in some zones in the country, some changes of strategies in vaccination. And we're also, for this campaign, next campaign, we want to remove from the campaign the next year, 2025, we will continue removing another category.
Animales de 12 meses.
And then we will remove animals until 12 years old, but then we will have one once a year. So the virus is being reviewed. The guideline for the composition of serotypes, be a little bit patient, but we're reviewing this. I know there's a question that will be asked, but a little bit more patience, I will have the answer. Well,
para las emergencias,
we continue capacity building all the private vets. As I mentioned, they are our new colleagues. We have to capacity build them in the disease and also in the attention on the notification, attention and removal of the samples to the lab. We work with a group of FDA, of CDP, and all these subjects, frontier surveillance and mainly passive surveillance, and also with Panaftosa, expecting a workshop, emergency workshop that will be open for the whole public. We're also in constant participation with all the entities and rural associations and what the program FDA is doing, mainly in surveillance and active surveillance. That is, we have to, these are public things, and I would like to insist that this is not in the presentation. I'm going to have extra 5 minutes. We're not talking about active surveillance. Argentina has a robust active surveillance where we hold work is one of the posters. We have a Sentinel sample that in 2018 was an agreement for the protocol of China, but we bleed virgin animals. That means we select animals, we don't vaccinate them, we identify them, and when they're 7, 8 months old, we extract blood and vaccinate them. That means they're animals that don't have any kind of vaccination. Since 2018 up to date, we have 35 serums that were processed and only 4 reactors to ELISA with negative results. But this is a great surveillance for us. Robustness in the system of surveillance. Besides the surveillance that we do through plants, we do this in order to disregard circulation and also for immunity. So, Argentina will give continuation, the strengthening of all the vet services, above all in surveillance. Active surveillance is very good, but we have to improve it. We will, and above all in passive surveillance. The funding nowadays are exclusive, directed to vaccination program. We haven't thought to direct the resources to anything else unless what we're doing, vaccination surveillance and movement controls. Well, I think it's ended. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Horácio.
Thank you, Horácio. For our next presentation, Dr. Javier Soares.
To all of you, it's nice to greet you all, and I'm very happy of being here in this exceptional public, all together after so many years without being able to celebrating South American seminar, international pre-COSALFA seminar, where we're able to debate and expose different situations regarding our programs and the advances that we've been achieving regarding this disease that has been, in many cases, eradication programs that are structured for each country. We have followed a protocol that Panaftosa has indicated in order to show the current situation of our country to all of you. And as we have 20 minutes, I think we'll do it much quicker, because we come from a very nice lunch, and we're all kind of sleepy. In order to be able to explain a bit of the track record of our country, we have a little bit more than 11 million of inhabitants, a surface of 1 million of square meters, and a GDP above 13%. And we also have 9 departments. Politically, we have 9 departments, and we occupy the heart, the core of South America. We have frontiers with almost all the countries, from the Andean community and the Mercosur. the geographical characteristics for you to understand a little bit more. We have 15 ecological levels. We have 4 very marked zones. We have the high zone. We have different heights over 30,000 to 4,000 meters and 5,000 meters over the sea level. We have the also another zones that have frontier with Los Chacos, Bolivia, Los Chacos, that have frontier with Argentina, Paraguay, and the Amazon part that practically we have frontier with Brazil in its greatest part and Peru a bit. Here we would have the 15 ecological levels that Bolivia has, and we distribute all the susceptible species of animal production for cattle and for livestock in our country. The productive characteristics, we have more than 9 million of bovine, a little bit more than 4 million of sheep, 1 million of swines, over 3 millions. We also have about 4 million South American camels. That is another important part for family subsistence existence of my country. The greatest concentration of these species, mainly bovines, concentrates in the Department del Beni, Santa Cruz, where we concentrate more than 80% of the bovine production. Here in this map, you can also notice that the free zones with and without vaccination regarding FDA that Bolivia has. The track record of our current situation since the creation of a national program for the eradication of FDA in 2001. In 2003, we were able to consolidate Chiquitania free of FDA with vaccination. In 2005, we included another department. In 2012, for the first zone free without vaccination for all the highlights of Bolivia. In 2013, we included to the free with vaccination del Chaco. In 2014 is where we consolidate all the countries free of FDA with and without vaccination. 2019, we advanced the free zone without vaccination on the department frontier with the state of Acre in Brazil. In 2023, last year, we included this bounded zone to the Department del Beni and the north of the Department of La Paz. I have to clarify the Department del Beni and the north of the La Paz, we removed vaccination in the year 2019. Now, the Department of Santa Cruz and the Department of Cochabamba have the only ones that used to keep the vaccination. And last year also we removed vaccination, and we have 1 year without having vaccination in these 2 departments. And obviously the green zone is a zone that is proposed and we're going to present to the WHA for their assessment for the scientific commission of this body, which have been the important South Hemispherical Plan and international plan, mainly the guidelines to establish the control of FDA, the creation of national program FDA in 2001 for our country, and also the ecosystems of FDA in our region, the application in PRONAFA in the progressive control, and also systematic adoption for the program of kits of diagnosis in FDA and other diseases, and the guidelines for strategic planification for control and eradication of FDA in 2010 to 2015 and 17 until 2021 and further on. Technical cooperation in a continuous capacity building in the team of the labs in the field, and consultancy Dr. Garcia of Panatosa, and also other cooperation, design, assessment, and follow-up, syrup epidemiological studies and simulation that we've been developing from 2001 until 2024. Our structure of vet service, as others have been mentioning, in SINASAG, the national service, we have more than 1,293 personnel. They divided in technical and management personnel in the technical. We have more than 1,000 people that are in 9 departments in 100 local offices. We have 3 international, 34 internal control that control all the movement of the buildings or concentration of animals or concentration of livestock towards the slaughterhouses. We also have 3 international airports where we have technical people that are capacity built in order to check all the passengers that could arrive at our country. We have an annual budget of SENASAC of 225 million Bolivianos. That translates to dollars, a little bit more than $33 million, of which 50% is for animal health. And this amount, about more than 16 million, are 10 million that are for specifically for investment projects for different programs of animal health in our country. And regarding the private sector in Bolivia, we have approved every year, or we update every year, general ruling for animal health, where the private sector has a national commission for animal health that establishes to specifically control the health of bovines and swines and sheep through PPP, and the Article 8.12, the established emergency fund, that is what we mentioned for the Benin Department, and we update the law for livestock, and we have a private contribution that is specifically for emergency fund. And also the Department of Santa Cruz this year, we have started with the same methodology that has been established for the Benin Department. Regarding preparation for emergency, we have contingency plans, a manual for the procedures for suspicious diseases, and contingency for FDA, and also commission for the preparation to these emergencies that are established in general ruling. We have in these guidelines, everything has to do with the strengthening in equipment, capacity building, and simulations, also implementation of simulation models. And tomorrow I will be talking about a model that has been held in cooperation with the University of North Carolina and Tahoe. We can see in the images different simulations that we have been developing. The last one we developed in 2022, and this year we also have foreseen in the months of November or beginning of December to hold a next simulation regarding this disease. Now the transition to free without vaccination, we have 2 very tight alignments that are political alignments and technical alignments. In the political ones are established in the strategies of the program. We have a National Commission of Animal Health, the National Commission for Eradication, FDA, and the provincial and the departmental that talk about the community participation and productive sector participation and international relationship. And epidemiological alignment go through the strengthening of legislation, the change of the general ruling for animal health, and also epidemiological surveillance, the importance of active surveillance that we have been developing in the last times, and also the passive surveillance is strengthening through our units of IT and diagnosis of all kinds of diseases. The important thing of vaccine and vaccination until last year, and also the IT system that is now totally online to be used by all the users. We have a progressive line until 2010 until 2025 that will allow us to have a following management to be country without vaccination. I have to highlight that Bolivia can be the only country in the world, if I'm not mistaken, maybe someone from Maratosa can say the opposite, that in less than 10 years of having achieved in 2014 free of FDA with vaccination, we were able to reach in 10 years without vaccination. So I know that we're being seen from Bolivia with our social networks. Congratulations to all the production sector and all the public sector that have worked very strongly. And with this PPP, we wouldn't have able to reach these results in such a short time. And the progressive growth that WH in coordination with FAO have established everything that is the progressive control in the 5 levels that have already been reaching the last level to reach the country free of FDA without vaccination. Regarding the objectives, this transition to the official status of free without vaccination, the main challenges is able to maintain the updating of the livestock registry. That's why we have the PPP agreements in order to have the registries completely updated. The adjustments are always necessary for the surveillance systems, plans guided for the early prevention, and also a vaccine bank. Then in the next months, Bolivia will also participate in this bank. And the main challenge to the future, the increase of new sanitary programs, migration of programs of FDA to a greater surveillance that shows vesicular diseases, and also capacity building of personnel to this, and also compensation funds. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Javier.
Thank you, Dr. Javier. For the last presentation, I'd like to invite Ana Carolina Botelho, responsible for the FMD in Brazil.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. I'm Ana Carolina Botelho. I'm an auditor from the Ministry of Agriculture. And before I start, I'd like to tell you that as a hosting country, it's an honor to have you all in Rio. I'd like to remind you that Brazil is free of FMD, divided in 5 zones. 4 no longer vaccinate, and one last one in yellow that still does vaccinate. The status is free with vaccination, and the 4 other areas are also recognized as free without vaccination. Brazil is a huge country, 8.5 million square kilometers, more than 240,000 bovines, 1,600,000 buffalo, 26 million ovine, 13 million caprine, and 143,000 porcine. At least one animal in each property is susceptible to foot-and-mouth disease. After 1950, with the first national conference on FMD, and when PANAFTOSA was created, the federal government has established a campaign against FMD in '63. In 1968, we made a loan for the project to fight FMD. It was carried out in 3 steps until 1982. In 1982, started the research with the oily vaccine that became mandatory in 1989. In 1992, there was a change in the national program for foot-and-mouth disease, together with public and private companies. There was a consultative council in Brazil of all the stakeholders, and the main change suggested was the change of strategy. We used to have a control program, and now it was an eradication program. This, 6 years after, bore fruit when we had our first free zone with vaccination by Rio Grande do Sul and Santa Catarina states. And in 1995, there was another important point that was the standardization of the records with the traceability of our herd. In 2006, there was the last focus of FMD in Brazil, in Paraná and Mato Grosso do Sul states. 2007, Santa Catarina was stated free without vaccination. And again, we changed our program, publishing normative instruction number 44 that lasted for 13 years. In 2011, we launched the second action plan of FEFA. 2017, we published our strategic plan aligned with PEFA to increase the free zones without vaccination. In 2018, we were recognized as a free zone, as a free country. And 2020, again, PENEFA updated, publishing normative instruction number 48, a new change in the program. That was a program for surveillance of FMD and no more eradication. In 2021, there was our first major breakthrough with the recognition of the states of Acre, Rondônia, parts of the Amazon and Mato Grosso, to Paraná and Rio Grande do Sul as free without vaccination. And for 2024, we are working on our dossier that we will send to the OMSA, recognizing other states in Brazil. We also anticipated the vaccination step in the 5 states in the Northeast that still had vaccine. Since the first conference, we had 42 years until we structured a national program to eradicate FMD. In 1998, there was a first free zone. 20 years after, and with some outbreaks, but always following the pillars of the program: vaccination, surveillance, and response to emergency, we were able to declare the whole country free of FMD in 2018, and Santa Catarina is free without vaccination. In 2021, Paraná, Rio Grande do Sul, and Block 1 were recognized as free without vaccination, and until 26, our goal is to recognize the rest of the states in Brazil. As to COSALFA, PEFA, and the international cooperation, Brazil is a member country of WOHA. When Brazil was elected as headquarters of PANAFTOSA, we've been working in maintaining and fostering the technical cooperation for foot-and-mouth disease. We are also a member since the first COSALFA, and we've been following normal guidelines together at COSALFA and PEFA. We removed virus C from our vaccine, and we are doing the transition that all our states go to a free zone without vaccination. We are part of the regional support team to Venezuela with financing our professionals to go to Venezuela to support their eradication actions. We also have a protection zone in Roraima, and we do joint actions together with Venezuela. This is our structure of the veterinary official service. We have 3,200 veterinarians that work with animal health, 4,000 helpers, and also managerial personnel. More than 1,500 local units, 359 regional units, 4,700 offices, and 221 control posts, transit control. This is as to our budget. In 2023, we invested $12 million, and it cost $111,000. For 2024, we repeat the values, but in our map, there is an internal plan that helps defense actions from CSERS and the superintendencies in the different states and the animal health department. And in this internal plan, we have $1 million to carry out certain activities. The private sector, as I mentioned, PENEFA has a history of shared management between public and private sectors, and this helped and contributed for the success of PENEFA in Brazil. Aligned with the guidelines, they are responsible for carrying out vaccination in those states and declare this vaccination and the herd. They participate in discussion, management, and monitoring the strategic plan through local and state teams. In terms of private funds, in Brazil, each state has its own fund, who is managed by the private sector. We have 190,000 private veterinarians in Brazil, and our exports were in 2022, 217 areas, $29 billion. In 23, 211 different destinations, $28 billion. And 2024, 197 destinations, almost $7 billion until April this year. In terms of emergency, we have a contingency plan that was published in 2020, and every year we do simulations of FMD disease outbreaks. The plan is the basis of this training, so we use it for our trainings, and we ask for feedback so that we can update the plan for our next opportunity. We use the feedbacks for that. In these trainings, all the Veterinary Official Service of Brazil is involved. We invite all states to participate, the Ministry of Agriculture and the defense agencies, also private institutions and other public institutions participate, like the fire department, military police, etc. Many people involved in this training. It's good for training the plan, and our aim is to receive feedback so we can update our plan. It's available in our website in English, Portuguese, and Spanish. These are some pictures of our last simulations. In 2019, we did it in Paraná State. In 2022, 2 simulations in Mato Grosso State and Santa Catarina. During this simulation, 200 colleagues are trained, and sometimes there is the participation of other Latin American countries like Bolivia, Paraguay, and Chile. As to transition to a free country, Brazil has a strategic plan that was published in 2017, and it will be concluded in 2026 by recognizing Brazil, the whole country, as free without vaccination. The main objective is to replace vaccination by surveillance actions with the official veterinary service, private sector, and political agents. Since the beginning until now, this is a public-private partnership, sharing decisions and management of the plan. In 2021, we had the states that were already recognized in yellow, and now in 2024, some states have suppressed vaccination. The ones in orange, the ones in blue will suspend vaccination in 2023. In yellow, they are doing the last course of vaccination now in April. And in pink, they were authorized to anticipate vaccination to April. So in yellow and pink, they are currently doing the vaccination in April, and we hope it is the last course of vaccines. Challenges. Our biggest challenge is to do this transition of the whole country. Today, we still have 195 million bovines that look for recognition and 10 million porcine. So to do the transition of status and the recognition of this amount of animals is our main challenge. We have others, like the maintenance of the update of the records at the federal level, standardization of surveillance for FMD, and the implementation of the National Vaccine Bank. Challenge for the future, strengthening of the veterinary official service and transit of animals with countries that will keep vaccination. Thank you very much.
Agora teremos intervalo de 20 minutos, então até.
We have a 20-minute break now, and then we will hear the presentations from Colombia and Ecuador, and at the end, debate. At the end of this section, after the debate, we'll have a cocktail at this hotel with a samba music. So if you want to learn how to samba, you're welcome. Let's stay until the end and celebrate in this cocktail. Thank you.
Sessão 4, novamente o recado do coquetel. Alguns perguntaram onde que vai ser. É no mesmo restaurante, no mesmo espaço que a gente está almoçando, tá bem? E aproveitando que esse coquetel, ele...
And this cocktail has the participation of the Brazilian Association of Animal Health. So we are going to show you a small video before we start this fourth session.
Obrigado, Abra.
Thank you, Abra. So we are going to resume session 4, countries of COSALFA according to the status, areas with and without vaccination. We had the presentation by Argentina, Bolivia, and Brazil. Now we'll have Colombia and Ecuador and the final debate. Your questions should be asked in the app. For the next presentation, a 20-minute one, Dr. Edilberto Brito, Vice Manager of the ICA in Colombia.
Good afternoon. My special greetings from our Agriculture Minister, Dr. Jenny Mojica. Today they have requested us, Colombia, as you will see in the presentation. Let's start talking about how is our livestock. We have 30 million bovines, 500,000 buffaloes, and a great number, an important number in calves and sheep and swines. We also have a great amount of the country free with vaccination and a small part free without vaccination. In the free with vaccine, we have to remember that in the year 2023, we had the luck that WAH didn't recognize the last zone that was needing this recognition of free without vaccination. That's how today we have 2 zones free without vaccination. One corresponding to the archipelagos of San Andres is the island part, and we also have a small zone Chocoano. Likewise, the country has been divided into 5 zones with vaccination because of the strategy that was agreed upon during the outbreak that we had in 2018 in order to advance quickly in this presentation. Let's look at the track record that we have in Colombia regarding the foot-and-mouth disease. We started in 1997. Why did we start in this year? Because it was when we approved the law 395 that the Congress of the country considered important the foot-and-mouth disease of national interest, and it was in that year that the livestock group didn't work by themselves, and they agreed upon to work jointly in order to reach the country free of the foot-and-mouth disease. At that time, we had a small zone that was frontier with Panama that was free without vaccine, and nowadays continues like this. Then we passed to the year 2001, and we already started with zones free with vaccination. That was on the northern part of Colombia with Atlantic coast and also frontier with Venezuela. With the time, in 2003, the zone was increased, and afterwards in 2005, we already had a new zone at the south of the country, limited with Brazil. In 2007, a new zone was established already in the frontier with Ecuador and Peru and the Pacific coast. And finally, in 2009, all the country was already free without vaccination, and basically what we had was a protection area of high surveillance that was established in frontier with Venezuela. And regarding this track record, we have to remember some of the situations regarding the last outbreaks of foot-and-mouth disease. In 2009, we had our outbreak in the south of the country, in the department of Nariñas, in municipality limit in frontier with Ecuador. And there, we were able to determine an outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease, and we lost the status, but in the same year, we were able to recover it. And then after this event, this unfortunate event, we had the event of 2017 and 18, which were also had some focus of foot-and-mouth disease, where we lost our sanitary status, which was recovered in 2020. And on February 5, 2020, Colombia recovers its status, and here we establish a protection zone that is the one you see in gray, and another high surveillance. This protection zone with 29 municipalities located in the department of Santander in frontier with Venezuela was in last year the last zone that was still lacking and was already recognized by WH like zone 5 free with vaccination. Now we can see the past, the present, and the future from the moment that we recovered our country free of foot-and-mouth disease. We started in 2020 where we had 5 zones free with vaccination. I don't know if you... Here are the free zones without vaccination. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 free zones without vaccination. For 2020, it was a protection zone. 2023, this same zone, free zone with vaccination. And for 2026, we hope to have the south of the country frontier with Brazil. Considering the advances of Brazil had just been mentioned, we are also considering 3 departments of the south of the country as free without vaccination, which obviously we do have to face some legal processes and research also, and comply with all the requirements that WAH has in order to be considered free without vaccination. Regarding the importance that COSAFA has in general and technical cooperation in the eradication plan for food and mouth disease, the response is multiple. It's support to the control eradication of the disease. It's a support to technical support. It's support to opening of markets. And these supports basically can be summarized in a technical support and a cooperation support, economic support, and always trying to find the advance of the countries for the eradication of disease in the whole continent. How is the structure of our vet service? We, with foot and mouth disease in the whole country, we have been working with about 549 people that are located in 178 local offices, 16 regional units, 32 sectional, 25 labs, 1 reference lab, that is the National Lab for Vet Diagnosis in Bogota, 190 control places in different parts of the country with specific focus in the frontier with Venezuela. Likewise, the private sector has a huge participation. The vaccination in Colombia is in the hands of the private sector, and through the National Fund of Livestock is the one in charge. They don't do it by themselves. They do it with 5,000 people. They do it with more than 4,000 people that vaccinate. But we also have, through some recruitment bodies, with livestock committees, we have 95 in the country that vaccinate. And we also count a number of staff that belong to the National Livestock Fund that support this work and coordinates and supervises, and also they have a staff. Some of them are here from the central level where they give the guidelines. So we have multiple people involved, not a low number. It's a number that's repeated during the whole year. Not only it's a cycle, but this has to be multiplied by 2, considering that we in Colombia, we apply every 6 months, we have a cycle of vaccination. And to this, we have to add that the frontier with Venezuela, we also vaccinate for animals less than 24 months old. So this requires high resources. As part of this, we have to see how much do we really invest in? Do we really invest? And we've seen that we're investing about $21 million, and without adding what has to be paid by the farmers for the vaccine. This is more than $20 million, considering for the year 2024 that we're between the private and public sector, we're estimating the use of about $25 million for the vaccination against foot and mouth disease. So how do we work? We believe that joint work with the private sector can be reached always and when we coordinate everything. And we do this through committee, National Committee for the Eradication of Foot and Mouth Disease, established in the Law 395 of 1997, where each of the sectors, the public and the private sector, we have our responsibilities and we are connected. In the public sector, we have the head of our agriculture ministry, that we have Minister Jennifer Mojica, and we hold this through the Institute Dr. Fernando Roa. The subject of foot-and-mouth disease has 3 technical boards and also has a coordinating group of the campaign belonging directly to the technical board of epidemiological surveillance. Likewise, all of us support ourselves with local offices, with the labs, and through some sensors that help us to know what is happening in the field. On the other side, the private sector is managed through the National Fund of Livestock for the inspectors that has been established by the national government for discounts that will allow that this money is used in the livestock sector. And this is managed by the technical board of the National Fund of Livestock with direction of logistics and well-being and health. There are 3 people. They're here with us here in this room. And also, we manage, as we do in ICA, with regional coordination and some local projects. That we always have the staff that is available of supporting personnel to the veterinaries. In this sense, ICA does everything that has to do with the supervision, active surveillance, passive surveillance, control of production, trade, and vaccination. And this is direct responsibility of ICA. On their part, they use the National Fund of Livestock. They do all the vaccination through their 95 organizations of authorized livestock, OREGA. I would like to also mention some graphs about exports. Exports, I have to tell you that we, in the last 4 years, we have exported about more than 1 million bovines that mainly have been exported to these 5 countries, Arab, Egypt, Jordania, Iraq, and Lebanon. 5 countries of which 57% of the exports have been going directly to Egypt. That is our main export market of bovines. But also in meat we're exporting, and we have been increasing the exports of frozen and with meat, with bones and without bones. We have exported more than 175,000 tons of meat toward markets with which I should mention that we had passed this period and the last 3 years of having only 10 markets of export and passed to have 31 markets for export. The recognition by international community of all the advances in Colombia regarding the eradication of foot-and-mouth disease has allowed us to have this position with new markets. In 2021, we had only 10 open markets, and now we have 31 open markets. How do we prepare ourselves for emergencies? We have contingency plans and also work that we do in each of the cycles and previously with each of the staff that is responsible for the vaccination. I don't want to refer myself to this. I want to talk about the simulation exercises. Why do I want to do this? Because there are 2 specific ones. In 2022, we had a simulation quite huge in the country with the support of Panaftosa at all moments. And the second one that we have thought for this year with Venezuela, also with the support of Panaftosa, with which we're very interested in Colombia, that's inside, and from Venezuela staff will participate with our personnel people from the frontiers, and we have thought to hold this in the second semester, be in Cúcuta or Arauca, in a frontier zone with Venezuela. This is one of the objectives that we have for this year, and for which we consider the strengthening the knowledge of the staff of ISAI and Fundesa, with the participation of Colombia staff to work jointly. We can have a better result and advance in the eradication of foot-and-mouth disease. Regarding the vaccination cycles, we have to tell you several things. We have, first of all, in this slide, you can see what we have had in the last year. We have 2 cycles that we held during 2023, cycles that is done to the whole bovine and buffalo population. And as you can see, in both cycles, we reached similar coverage, very high coverage, reached 99% in animals, 98% in buildings. But also to compare, we held also this year in the 3rd cycle, 2024. Here you can see the final results of our additional cycle that we held between February 20 and March 20, 2024, and that we were in agreement with Venezuela for the same period. Venezuela would hold it, and they did in compliance with what's indicated by Dr. Viv in his presentation. And here we can see that in smaller animals, less than 24 months old, in the frontiers with Venezuela, the coverage were also about 99% additional coverage. That is, in general, in the year, we have 2 cycles of vaccination for the whole population and 1 additional cycle for smaller than 24 years old animals. Here in this slide, you can see how we have kept the coverage of vaccination through the years in a very stable way with high coverage. You can notice here in all the cases since 2011 until 2023, the coverage were in all the cases over 95%. This gives me a stability in immunity with the animals. And for this also, we wanted to hold studies for immunity. These studies that we're holding in the frontiers, and then we have scheduled to have one new one this year that will start in May 1st. We start the sampling of this new study of immunity. Here's some interesting things for those that like statistics. What happens with smaller animals than 12 months old? Notice in the sample study that we have immunity that is acquired in 2021 versus 2022. We passed from 85% to 94% for the virus A, and for the other serotype, we went from 83 to 93%. But also you can see that in all the cases, the percentages of immunity increase from one year to the other because we increased the vaccination, and we held also greater surveillance that allowed us to be sure that we had immunity in animals different ages in the frontier, and mainly in animals less than 12 months old, that are the ones that interest us more because they are the greater less amount of doses they have received in their life. What objectives do we have? We have many. One of the people up in Aftosa told me, slowly give the news, very slowly, for them to see how you are advancing in Colombia. In Colombia, we have been in agreement that we have to advance. And how do we do it? We have to do it towards the obtention a country free without vaccination. We cannot do it irresponsibly. We have to do it based on science, based on research, and we have to do it in accordance jointly with the private sector. And it is the first thing that we have to do is to ensure our sanitary status reached up to now. We have to ensure that we keep our status country free with vaccination, with small zones free without vaccination. But we want to give a further step based on the advances of our neighbors. Which are these steps? The advance of Brazil that was just mentioned. We also want to continue like this. We also want the frontier with Brazil, the Department of the Amazon, Balpes and Guamia, that are zones that are very wild and don't have any kind of communication unless it's by air with the rest of the country, in order to give a leap to free country without vaccination, and this for the zone to be similar as we are in Brazil. The second one is with our other neighbor, with Ecuador. With Ecuador, we want to pass from 2 cycles of vaccination to 1 cycle of vaccination. We are in this working very strongly, considering Ecuador for a long time already has been vaccinated only once a year, and that Peru also is not vaccinating anymore, at least from what they told us. So this, we also have to give this leap, and the south of the country go from 2 cycles of vaccination to 1 cycle of vaccination, and we're in this moment reviewing this with the livestock sector in order to see which is the best cycle with the best proposal. If it's the first cycle of the year or the second cycle of the year, we're in this zone, we will vaccinate just once. And we will define this in the next few days, considering that we're already preparing all the guidelines, because in order to find the next vaccination cycle. We're also in the third part of the suspension of the additional cycle that we have for animals less than 24 months of age. I think this is an advance also because, in fact, we are obtaining results from the immunity studies that are quite high. And besides that, we have had a response from the farmers regarding this. Obviously, I have to also clarify that the final decision for the suspension of the additional cycle will be given by the result of the study of immunity, because we cannot be responsible and just suspend it, but we have to have a third study of immunity that will show us, in fact, what percentage of protection the animals smaller than 24 months old have. This will make us think that once we have the results, we can come to a final decision, is that for the year 2025, we will hold this vaccination, or definitely it will be suspended.
Likewise, something is to keep up the work with Venezuela. For us, it is very important, this work together with them, which brings us to the general perspectives that we keep the resolution of COSALFA, that the support to Venezuela is increased, and that the support is a strong one that has follow-up from the part of PANAFTOSA to the progress made in Venezuela in the eradication, especially on the border with Colombia. Likewise, the simulations for the second semester in the border, also with the support of PANAFTOSA, periodic meetings from the presentation of Dr. Wilmer. We've seen that meetings have been held, but this work together needs to be kept, and complying with our goals and showing that we can advance. And it would be good that in the scope of the meeting there's the presence of Wilmer and myself, but not only us, but also our boss. Dr. Juan Fernando is there, and we have the high authority of those who can give us support to these activities. Dr. Juan Fernando has expressed that he is interested in having meetings in this working group. We have been fostering the immunity studies through PANAFTOSA in the border from the Venezuelan side. For that matter, we are seeking a partnership with PANAFTOSA with interesting resources, and Dr. Otorino is there. I would like to take advantage of the fact that Dr. Otorino is there to request more celerity to consolidate this partnership. We would like to count on this partnership as soon as possible with PANAFTOSA in such a way that we can see the consolidation of this work, not only for foot and mouth disease, but also for other diseases. Likewise, there is a very interesting point, which is to seek a way to extend the coverage of vaccination in the border. We've been trying to meet with our assistants to seek a way to keep components of the vaccination to the border. As Colombians, we can offer this through our vaccination supervisors. To provide this follow-up with the authorities in Venezuela so that they can realize this cycle of vaccination in border zones. This would be a great progress in terms of eradication in the continent, since it would be strengthening a zone that would give us the power to advance in the whole continent. This is my presentation for today, and I would like to extend my greetings to all people involved from the funds. Thank you very much.
Agora, para a gente finalizar essa sessão.
Edilberto, just to wrap up our session, I would like to invite for a 20-minute presentation Dr. Christian Zambrano, who is a delegate of COSALFA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start greeting MAPA and thanking MAPA and COSALFA for this event and for this meeting. Our greetings in the corridors after so much time without meeting in person is really important. In the sequence, I'll share our advances in Ecuador in the last few years. To put it into context, we have a small herd compared to our neighbors, around 4 million bovines, 6,000 buffaloes, 44,000 sheep, 9,000 goats, and 3 million swines. We have the shore, we have the hills, we have Amazon region and Galapagos. Currently, we have 2 zones which are free of FMD and 1 zone without vaccination, 1 area with vaccination recognized by WHA. Our historic situation, we have the serotypes O and A. The last outbreak was in 2011. It seems that we have the person that we have the person present in the room that was responsible for this to present this or to show us this support. So the whole support that we've received in the history of Panaftosa and of FMD in Ecuador. We didn't have the status recognized in before 2011, and for that moment we were in a structure in health services. It was our previous service that was converted in an agency to safeguard water quality. And in the last outbreak, we were able to attack, but we didn't have this recognition. After the second PIFA, we were recognized in the continent and without vaccination in the Galapagos. And the last region was the region El Oro, near the border with, or in the border with Peru. This was where we detected the last outbreak of the disease. The importance of COSALFA and PEFA and the international technical cooperation. For Ecuador, it is really key that we can rely on you and that we can have this support. I'm very proud of this work. COSALFA and PEFA have shown us the roadmap to follow in Ecuador. The technical cooperation of Panaftosa and other organizations in Ecuador have resulted in a partnership that has allowed Ecuador to have technical cooperation with the avian flu. We had the chance to empower our diagnostics capacity. Now we are extending this partnership that allows us to have technical assistance in partnership with the technical staff at Panaftosa, so we can be updated in what is required by the control of the disease. Here we see the structure of the official veterinarian services, the number of veterinarians and brigadists and other professionals distributed in the 23 provinces of continental Ecuador, with 72 attention or service offices and 19 traffic control places. With a coordinated work together with WHAH, so we can present the reports for continental Ecuador and for Galapagos. We have the policies that allow that in a very tight alliance. As for the investment for 2023, we had a budget of $5 million US dollars, and costs with salaries around $2 million US dollars. For 2024, investment in the amount of around $4 million. And the budgetary allocations could reach the same level as the previous year, or even exceed the budget. We have a strong presence of the private sector for vaccination, with vaccination operators that are associations of cattle producers, together with private veterinarians that develop together with these epidemiological sensors. In exports, we cannot compare to the figures that we see from other countries, but we are taking small steps. We'll certainly increase these figures in the next years in what concerns exports in Ecuador. Preparation for emergency, and here I thank Dr. Otorino once again for coordinating this simulation. And we also had the update of our contingency plan. Part of the photos that we had in the simulation with the technicians of Panaftosa, we had these pictures. Vaccination cycles in Ecuador. We have a vaccine which is registered of Colombian, Brazilian, Argentinian origin. In the tender processes, since they are bought from the public, in the public sector, we have used vaccines of Colombian origin. We imported around 8 million doses. Our cycle is of 45 days, and it is mandatory for all age categories. About the vaccination coverage in the last few years in Ecuador, we are in around 4.6 with this ascending curve of coverage. Costs for the public sector around $5 million US dollars, and for the private sector 60 cents per animal vaccinated. For the whole logistics that involves the application of the biologics in the territory, in the cold chain, we are applying for a certificate to use digital certificates, and vaccination is a prerequisite for mobilization in national territory. What are the challenges to reach free status without vaccination? Transition faces some challenges. We had the message that eradicating is difficult, and keeping the eradication is still more challenging. And how do we maintaining the vaccination cycles is one of the challenges, and preparing for emergencies is another one. Prevention, surveillance, and detection. We have this partnership with the University of California to work in the risk analysis as we started in 2023. Biosecurity and movement control and support and international cooperation, and BANVACO, where Ecuador adhered to in 2023. Counting with a vaccine bank is fundamental. Sustainability is also a challenge for the future, and the allocation of resources in free countries with vaccination for us to have sustainable activities in favor of the public sector is also a challenge. Removing the vaccination does not mean forgetting the disease. We need to keep the surveillance systems and controls. The public and working together with the public sector, and that these funds do not get lost, and that we keep official vaccination campaigns, and always have a quick response and capacity to eradicate. These are basically the challenges. Careful planning is paramount, and having constant contact with the livestock sector. We have the support of our union leaders, which is something really important to for this public-private partnership. So these are basically the key elements for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Now I'd like to invite all the speakers to come forward so that we can start our discussion. So Dr. Horacio, Javier, Carolina, Christian, and Euriberto, please come forward. We are running late, so we only have 10 minutes for debate. We will select one question for each one of the participants, and the other questions, if you have sent questions, you can ask them directly during our cocktail. You can talk directly to them during the cocktail, okay?
Vamos começar aqui.
We will start our questions to the speakers. I'll start by Javier. We were recommended to speak in our mother language, but Javier asked me to speak in Spanish.
How do you see the situation in Bolivia with the neighboring countries? Is there a surveillance system with these countries? Thank you very much for your question. Every country is autonomous in their decisions. However, we are following the same path, which is the hemispheric plan for the eradication of foot and mouth disease. And for us to accomplish this goal, which is to eradicate and remove the vaccination. There are many comments from the productive sector or from members of the official sector that could generate some doubts if we could mask some type of symptoms. We've seen from the presentation of other countries, we know that they're doing the right things. However, they could raise some doubts. We are investing in the coordination of with the productive sector to remove vaccination, because we need to keep advancing in eradicating this disease and trying to consolidate full eradication of the disease and to consolidate the programs that are necessary in our country.
Well, Ana Carolina, similar to the question I've asked to Bolivia, my question is, does the public sector in Brazil, how does it evaluate this situation? Are you going to have some specific surveillance on those regions in the frontier of these countries? Yes, I agree with Javier. Each country is in the same pathway, but in different phases. So, like I said, Brazil has a strategic plan, an ongoing one since 2017, aligned with PEPFAR, and we are going through a transition moment, and we understand the issue of the market amongst the countries. But we have our ongoing strategic plan. We are going to have some restrictions, and we hope that soon all the countries in South America are at the same status, free without vaccination, to make commerce easier. As to surveillance in the borders, we do have a coordination of international surveillance. We have borders offices in ports and airports that control the transit of animals, and we have our goals of surveillance at the frontiers, at the borders. We all have a method for that, and in the transition, especially in the states within Brazil, we are going to increase that. So animals that have been vaccinated cannot enter the country anymore.
Dr. Horacio.
About serotype C. Is there a decision about serotype C and removing vaccine with serotype C? That's the question. Well, the question is very common. Every year we are asked the same, and we keep answering, and we keep the serotype C in the vaccine. The composition of our vaccine is tetravalent, and very soon we'll have news about that. Probably you will have this information, and probably we won't be asked this question again in the next COSALFA. Thank you very much, Dr. Horacio. Edilberto, la pregunta es, the question is, there will be changes in vaccination cycles in Colombia as concerning a region that will have 2 annual cycles. Is there any discussion in that region to keep 1 annual cycle for smallers and for bigger, and for smallers to have 1? For all animals, it's half-year cycles in Colombia, and for every country, it is it is for every animal it is the same, but for the additional cycle and a third cycle in border zones for animals under 24 months. So this is what we'll keep depending on the results of the immunity studies. The other change we propose is the south of the country in the border with Ecuador, in the states of Nariño and Putumayo, will come from 2 cycles to 1 cycle a year for the whole population. And the other 3 states that have a border with Brazil, Balpegua and Amazonas, where the bovine population is very low, and there is a barrier of the jungle, which is huge. And for that reason, and together with agreements with Brazil in the same zone, we have these decisions, and we're proposing that for 2026 we started the norm that decides the year without vaccination, where we carry out studies in that region in such a way that in the first quarter of 2025 we ran the studies so that we have the status for 2025, and in 2026 in the Assembly 96 we coordinate with these 3 states without vaccination. It is another advancement of PEPFAR, right, Christian?
We can speak Portuguese, so the question is related to the factors. Do you think, what factors would explain the delay for this schedule for the transition? Not the transition per se, but the schedule for transition. What are delaying it?
Yeah,
I'll speak.
The decision making needs to be based on science, with the risk analysis, both external and internal, that allows us to have this technical scientific analysis to make decisions. We're currently working together with you people, and this will define the roadmap for the transition zones. So this approach with the public, with the private sector, is important, and together with union leaders, we are putting that in discussion. I think that making decisions based on science is important for Ecuador to establish this roadmap. Thank you very much. It is 5 p.m. We are on time.
So we are back on time. That was the end of the debate. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite all the participants. There were many questions in our app. So now, during the happy hour and the cocktail, please talk directly to the speakers for your questions. Thank you very much.
the works and the agreements. We talk about the agreements with PANAFTOSA. In fact, we as an international body, we brought a technical cooperation to other countries. It's a fact that all the agreements that were mentioned by the colleagues of Ecuador and the ones that we have were arranged with Colombia, Brazil, Paraguay, and so on, they're tools for cooperation, technically speaking, that provide much more flexibility to reach this technical cooperation because they come with funding that remain with us in order to facilitate, as was mentioned with Ecuador. It was used, for example, with Ecuador last year for equipment and inputs, consultancy, capacity building for the avian influenza. So I would like to highlight this. In our organization, it's extremely important because it's a tangible proof of the reliability that the countries have in our organization and have in our consultancy and work that we're providing. So, although there are additional tools, we propose technical cooperation to other countries of the region within the limits that we have, of course. I would like to highlight this subject to all of you and thank you also and invite you to the cocktail offered by PANAFTOSA and by EMAPA. Thank you very much. We will see ourselves tomorrow and we'll continue our discussion. Thank you.